That's how big Perseverance is. Can you believe that? It is a freaking car. Yeah, I mean, that's just it's a car. It's the size of my Mustang. You could parse the height map data. It's also mad to think that Mark Rober worked on the one on the left. Yeah, yeah, Alleviate. Mark is cool, man. He's a cool dude. I'd love to meet that guy. Yeah, Mark's a cool dude. Great, like really good YouTuber. His scam baiting content is fantastic. It's really funny. It makes me laugh. My car with a rocket powered VTOL. Man, that just that blows my mind. Anyway, guys, we can discuss space news. That's fine. I want to get back into Kerbal, and I want to keep going. I can see why people like coding things. I can see why people like it. This is really fun. Even if I don't know what I'm doing technically, it's really cool. Did we do helicopter on Mars? Did you know that they did helicopter? They did helicopter on Mars. Okay. Wait, no beavers? Dude, I played 12 hours of Timberborn yesterday, RJ. I went to bed at 2 in the morning. And it totally screwed up my sleeping schedule today. I slept in and it's the first time I've slept in literally months. I've been waking up at 8 a.m. and I work on the shop. I didn't do it today and I'm not happy about it. I had dreams about Timberborn, Alleviate. Yeah, I had dreams about irrigation systems, and I don't know how to feel about that. When your programming vehicle works as intended and moves on its own. I mean, floating, I honestly think the code is really gonna bring the vehicles that we make in mission mode alive. It's gonna bring them alive. Can you imagine if I can get MLV landings figured out? Rover's landing on Mars. There's a tree falling in a forest with no one near it makes a sound. Oh. Literal beavers. Who knows, man? So, if you want to discuss what's going on with SpaceX, with Starship, Eric Berger, I mean, take it for what you want. His SpaceX information is usually pretty reliable. It's the other stuff that I'm like, uh, he's saying mid-December for Starship, which makes sense. And then also for SLS guys, I've been hearing myself, and keep in mind this is just through somebody that I trust in chat. I've been hearing the middle of November. Wasn't one of the rovers nuclear powered, or am I mistaken? Curiosity, Curiosity and Perseverance have a radioisothermic electric generator in them, Stroker. So radioisothermic electric generator. It's called an RTG. I always get the name wrong. So what an RTG basically does is it is a ball of plutonium. It's nuclear fuel. It's the same type. It's the same plutonium. It comes from the same exact factory that we use to make nuclear weapons. Yeah, Go, I'm kind of with you on that one. So, radioisotope thermoelectric generator. That sounds right, Digzig. So, it's a fuel rod, well, not a fuel rod assembly. It's just a ball of uranium about this. I don't know. It's like cylindric, maybe about the size of a softball. Like, so I don't know, like 15 centimeters, something like this, or about 6 inches, about this long. What it does is it's plutonium. Plutonium generates a lot of heat just through natural radioactive decay. So with radioactive stuff, I could get into neutron flux and how that all works and blah 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 blah. Long story short, think of nuclear material like radioactive elements or isotopes of radioactive elements. I mean, it all changes. This stuff's complicated, right? Like, think of it like you have a can of soda or pop or whatever you want to call it, right? You have a bottle, right? And what happens when you open the bottle? Tss, right? And then it's fizzing, right? It bubbles. Eventually it'll go flat. Nuclear materials do that with neutrons. Instead of like carbonated and it's popping bubbles and it's fizzy and stuff, it shoots out neutrons. Yeah, it fizzes neutrons, and that's the amount of neutrons that it puts out is called neutron flux. So why is putting out neutrons important? Okay, what does that do? So when what happens is that the atoms split naturally. They just split on their own. That's what radioactivity basically is. The neutron just decides to yeet, and it just decides to go away. And then that neutron hits another atom and knocks the neutrons out of that like bowling pins. And then that hits another one, and that hits another one, and that hits another, and that's hit another. And the rate at which that happens is called neutron flux, right? So it's literally the amount of neutrons you're shooting out. So just like if you had just a can of soda, like a can of Coke, you put it there, you open it up, and just leave it there, it's going to fizz out eventually. Radioactive material does that. But here's the thing. Carbonated beverages, they just bubble for a little while. It's just fizzy. When a neutron hits another atom and knocks the neutrons off of it like a pool ball almost, right? Like if you break the triangle, if you're playing pool, right? When it does that, you're splitting atoms. It splits. This happens naturally. It just happens naturally. When that happens, heat gets released. A lot of heat. And that's called radioactive decay. And the amount of time it takes for the radioactive decay for the thing to fizz out is half-life, right? I mean, keep in mind, I'm being very basic. Nuclear people, I'm being very, very basic with this, okay? So, Stoker, what happens is that heat that gets generated, it heats up basically a hot plate. It's like the reverse of an electric stove. It takes the heat and converts it to electricity. So, Perseverance and Curiosity are nuclear-powered rovers. They're both nuclear powered. That's why, Curiosity's just been going around. It doesn't need solar panels and nuclear power, man. It's going to last freaking decades because it's plutonium, right? Yeah, idiot. So, yeah, it picks up off the heat that's given off from radioactive decay. Now, they figured out, just a little other thing on nuclear stuff. They figured out in the 30s that you can accelerate the rate of neutron flux if you with certain things. So so for instance, you can accelerate it if you expose the nuclear material. It's reactive with certain things, with certain what's called moderators. Okay, so this is kind of away from Curiosity and Perseverance. They just take the heat from the nuclear material and they convert it to electrical power, and that's it. The radioactive decay makes heat. They convert that heat to electricity with basically a hot plate that's wrapped around that cylindric thing of plutonium, and it just charges the batteries. It just keeps charging the batteries. It won't stop, right? I love the fact you're commenting and you're like me. Let me type this out. So many juniors I found. It's fancy code, copy paste. Do it. You don't learn anything that way. Very annoying. I hate people that do that. Well, not hate. Like, that's a strong word. The Boca Tower is doing its best impression if I pick things up and then I put them down. Yeah, you're preaching the choir. Yeah. Denisito and his wife will fly on the second commercial Starship flight. Yeah, I saw that, Lunprod. That's crazy. SpaceX selling tickets for Starship to the moon. NASA tweeted, rollout November 4th, launch on the 14th. There you go, Thomas. That's what it was. Thank you. So, like, you can control the rate at which you can control the flux rate of nuclear materials if you know what you're doing. So, on one hand, they figured out that if you use certain moderators and you expose the nuclear material to a certain moderator, you can accelerate neutron flux that can create heat. You use that heat to heat up water. That water turns a turbine. Turbine's attached to a generator. That's what a nuclear power plant does. All it does is moderate the flow. It's a reactor. So, like, everybody said, oh, nuclear reactor. What does that actually mean? So, a nuclear reactor is a closed loop thing that moderates the reaction of nuclear material to certain elements. That's it. They're just controlling the rate of neutron flux. They're controlling the fizziness of it. If it'll always naturally fizz, but you can make it fizz more. Like if you shake up a can of soda. Same exact idea. Now, now that's on one hand. On the other hand, they also figured out that if you basically heat the nuclear material past supercritical, so like if I have a block of aluminum, right? That thing can absorb a certain amount of energy before it'll melt, right? That's critical mass, right? That's what that means. Like you hear that thrown around in sci-fi all the time, right? So if you take nuclear material and you instantly heat it way past critical mass, the nuclear material basically divides by zero. The universe does a whole divide by zero, and you get this.
Fire.
You get that. Yeah, it starts splitting atoms of everything around it. And that creates an insane amount of heat really, 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 really fast. When you generate an insane amount of heat really, really fast, you get an insane pressure shift. And that's why everybody, has nukes, because that pressure wave will just kill everything. No one's going to survive the pressure wave. That was Crossroads Baker. Yeah. Personally, you want my honest opinion? I understand nuclear deterrence. I understand why it's here. I think that's a wasted nuclear material. Like, there's the reactor way you could do much more things with. It's like if you have a Ferrari, right? And provided it doesn't just burn out on the side of the road. You have a Ferrari. It would be like buying one and then driving it off a cliff. You get thrills for a second, right? Or buying one and then taking it to the track and racing it every weekend. One of those things is a way better application. And a much more fun application. You get more fun over time. Right? But they did figure out that, and that's what the whole Manhattan Project was. That's, they figured this out during World War II when Albert Einstein wrote a letter to President Roosevelt saying that he thinks that this is what this can do. He thinks it can he thinks it can do that, basically. He's like, the guy, the math checks out that they could literally split an atom and it would, you could take out like an entire army in one shot. And Roosevelt said, "You sure about that?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, I relativity, man. Expert here. Patent clerk here. Yes, I'm pretty sure." And they the Manhattan Project started, and we figured out how to have unmoderated neutron flux of nuclear materials at very high speed. Yeah, he had a physicist named Oppenheimer to we had a physicist named Oppenheimer head the whole project. Yeah, and Einstein he was kind of in the background. But yeah. So the funny thing is that the Germans were developing a nuclear weapon, but they were developing something a little bit different. They were developing something called a dirty bomb. Okay, so a dirty bomb is not this. That's different. That is superheating nuclear material and causing a massive chain reaction in a couple of seconds. Like less than a second, actually. The Germans were trying to basically take nuclear material and think about, like, if you think about World War I and you think about mustard gas, they were trying to do that with radioactivity because, okay, so you have a byproduct of a nuclear reaction, this neutron flux. You have a byproduct. They're called radioactive particulates, okay? Just like if you boil water or if you light a rocket engine, you're going to get a byproduct coming out in a direction. Radioactive decay has an exhaust plume, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. So what the Germans wanted to do was basically just take some nuclear material. You don't need to make it, you don't need to do anything with it. Just literally take it and drop that in the middle of a city. And just have that thing just spread fallout everywhere and cause chaos. That's what they were trying to do. And they tried to do it by commandeering a deuterium refinement facility in Sweden. And then the Brits got wind of that, and then they said, "My mate, you got a permit for that. You got a permit for that deuterium, mate. No, you don't. All right, it's ours now." Yeah, the deuterium plant was no more after that. This plant is no more. It has ceased to be. Yeah, it's actually a really awesome story. But yeah, so it's funny because the whole Manhattan Project, the U.S. ended up using it against Japan to basically try to accelerate the end of World War II to force Japan to surrender. It was never designed to hit Japan. We were trying to compete with the Germans. The Germans folded before we could deploy it, or anybody could deploy it. Wasn't it Norway? It may have been Norway. I'm remembering Sweden, but I don't know. It's off the top of my head. I wasn't really expecting to talk about neutron flux today. But yeah, Stoker, cool thing on nuclear power and how the rovers came to be. Is it Norway? Was it Norway, dudes? Hans, are we the baddies? No, we're not the baddies. They're the baddies. But why skulls, though? Why skulls? I don't remember that one, Nachos. But anyway, yeah. So cool thing about this is what happens when you turn a nuke into a depth charge. So this is Operation Crossroads Baker Shot. They have basically a nuke at the seafloor. It was down. They submerged it underwater and then blew it up. Crazy thing about that is, funny story. It literally vaporized the ocean around it. Yeah. See all this? That's all the steam that was generated from literally just punching a, like 2 or 3 mile wide hole in the ocean. That's basically what it did. It just vaporized the water completely, just vaporized it. That's what this condensation cloud is. Yeah. It just basically vaporized the ocean. Like, okay, so you have ship floating in water. Nuke goes off, no more water. Ship hits ground. True story. Yeah, that's what this is. That's see this, the ocean ceased to exist basically from like this area all the way over to there where the Y and beyond is. Yeah, pretty crazy, right? Want to know something even crazier? The ships that were in the immediate area, if they didn't get vaporized immediately, literally fell to the ocean floor and then the water came back in. Even crazier is that some ships were on the edge of this, right? So you have a crazy, insane amount of thermal energy being released all at once. And the ships that were on the edge of this... Are you guys familiar with pole vaulting? You guys familiar with it? Anybody here familiar with a pole vault? You run, you take the thing and you stick it, you take the pole, you stick it in the ground and you shoot over. Yeah, see this black thing right here? That's an aircraft carrier doing that. Yeah, aircraft carrier. That's the Saratoga. Not exactly a small ship. It literally flipped it end over end like a pole vault. Yeah. See that's the Saratoga with its stern. The stern is dug into the seabed, and the bow of the ship's up here. Hey, Shenrir! What's up, dude? That's a Shen raid. What's going on, man? Hey, you stopped early today. What's Shen up to? Is everything okay? The pointy end goes towards space. Are you sure? I heard it's. I heard a story once where yeah, that was the Saratoga. That's right. Fitting raid message. How much damage would a bomb like this with cesium make? I have no idea, Tomas. Guys, what was Shenrir up to? Was he playing F1 Manager? Dude, I wasn't expecting Shen to like F1 Manager, but he's super into it. I dig it, dude. I love Formula One. What were we learning about the Saratoga? We were actually Poetic. We were talking about neutron flux. Somebody asked me about how the Mars, like, how do the Mars rovers generate electricity? And we talked about radioactive decay and half-life and neutron flux, and how if you change the rate of neutron flux, you can release an insane amount of energy all at once, or you can have something that releases a little bit amount of energy for a really, really long time. I showed the Operation Crossroads Baker shot, which basically pole vaulted the Saratoga, an aircraft carrier that's about 100 meters long, or was about 100 meters long. It pole vaulted it end over end. So, like, do a flip, but with an aircraft carrier. The nuke went off, and the aircraft carrier went down, dug itself into the ground, and then flipped over. Oh, yeah, still upside down to this day. We're doing Williams with Latifi and Stroll. Oh yeah, bud. Oh yeah, that sounds like a good team you got there. That's cool, man. Cool. So yeah, did a little bit of a dive into nuclear physics. What I'm working on here is trying to teach myself Python to make craft and KSP fly themselves. And you know, you guys may have been right about that pointy end up thing, or flamey end down. That's probably right. Anyway, Shen, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for the raid. Is everything okay, dude? This is not your normal stop time. Mecha EJ. I am a robot. Sorry. My name's JP. I am a robot. I have robot legs. I have a nasty headache, so passing the baton, dude. That's the one thing. That's the one thing that will. I can't stream with a headache. Dude, I streamed with COVID, and I was sitting here going, all right, guys. Stream with COVID, stream with the flu in the past. I could. It's fine. You just kind of, you know. I can't stream with a headache, dude. Can't do it. But anyway, I hope you feel better, dude. You guys know my buddy Shenrir. Oh, jeez, or yeah, Shen's wow, dude. Shen, how long have you been on Twitch? I'm 2012. December 2012 is when I started streaming. I think you've been streaming longer than I have. Hey, Pops, what's going on, man? Long time no see. So Shen's probably pissed that I'm keep asking questions like, dude, I want to go lie down. You want to go lie down, that's fine. Just say I'm out. It's all good. I watched Shen before you. His EU4 streams brought me in. Yeah, EU4. That game, though. Are you going to buy burnt hair perfume? Probably not. Indeed, I'm like the breeze. Call you Mr. Breeze. Shen season is going great. Latifi and Stroll are 3rd and 4th in the Drivers' Championship. Latifi came in 2nd last race. April 2014 was partner. I think we started in 2014. You beat me to partner, dude. But yeah, it's cool to see that we're all still going strong here, you know? Still streaming. Still Dre. Anyway, guys. Welcome. Shen, thank you for the raid, dude. Go catch some sleep, dude. Catch some Z's. Headaches suck. Can't do it. I can't stream with a headache. I can stream sick, stream when I had COVID, no problem. But yeah, go get some sleep, dude. Guys, give Shen a follow. Good streamer. Great streamer. And he's been in the game long time, just like me. Classic Twitch streaming. So yeah, feel limber, go give him a follow. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. You can stream drunk? No, I can't. I don't remember that. I wouldn't know, Tessa. All right. Anyway, guys, so what I'm doing here, I had a migraine for the first time in a year. Oh my God, the headaches never felt so painful. Get some rest. Yeah, migraines are a thing. No law when you're drinking law. All right, so what I've done today is build a demo rocket, which is not really. Created your account on Twitch in 2009. Jeez. Are you doing the science? I think so, Jisp. I think so. We're doing more engineering here in this stream today, but you know, science is good. It's KSP mods, I think, Hillness. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn down the volume in Kerbal. We're gonna get the tunage back going. We were listening to the Minecraft soundtrack. So let me introduce you to the demo rocket that I am learning to code with. So we found a mod, and I usually don't use mods, but this one kind of got me. It's KRPC. KRPC allows you to basically write code for your spacecraft and fly them with code, which is pretty cool. I like that. That's really neat. And then I got a bunch of visual mods to make the game not look like it's 10 years old. Anyway, so the craft that we designed for demo flights here with KRPC is the Nugget. This is literally just pretty straightforward launch vehicle. It's got 3 engines at the bottom. You know, we got a fuel drain right there. It's got RCS up at the top, a probe core, batteries, etc., etc. Pretty straightforward stuff. And, you know, I kind of just cooked it up. It's not really based off of anything in particular. I just thought it looked cool this way, and it ended up looking like a chicken nugget. So, whatever. One hell of a view. Oh, yeah. It's pretty cool. It's a moderator command only. Not science, much wow. So, this is where we were at. Pastor Nin, some say programming. Am I hearing things? No, yes, maybe. Good news, everyone. The suppository. I have devised a vehicle to simultaneously fly into space and also make you hungry at the same time.
Oh, Professor, you know I do not need a freaking vehicle to do that. I am always hungry.
So, yeah, this is our demo rocket. This thing's basically designed to just go up and come right back down. I will show you how far we got. But does the vehicle run off pudding is the question. Well, let me tell you something. The proof is in the pudding. Alright. I'm gonna stop doing that. You remember Apollo 8? They ate pudding during that flight. You okay? No, I was just doing... Alright, so... no clients connected here. So how about we go over here to PyCharm and... send it. Purple. Uh-oh. Did I break it? What's high score mean? Did I break it? Go! '14th of November, ARJ. No, Minecraft isn't gonna work with this. We gotta. Minecraft's good for coding, but when we're doing test flights, we gotta. So check this out. It's totally hands-off. I'm not doing anything. The code is governing the vehicle. It's still doing that, huh? Your other suggestion tips have been spot on. Any tips on how to stop smoking? Don't do it. Seriously, just don't do it. Go eat something or something instead. Alright, and I told it to shut down when it went to 50 units of fuel. I see that off-screen MechJeb control panel. Do you, though? Do you, though? Sweet. I changed the throttle settings up from the last time we prototyped this thing, and yeah, that's what this thing is designed to do. They're just designed to go up. I mean, Flyken, I know it sounds stupid, but honestly, do you need it? Do you need to do this? You don't need to do that. It's gonna seem like you need to, but you don't. There's plenty of people out there that don't smoke. You know, like, you know, there's ways to cope around, you know, like not having nick fits and stuff. But you know, mental discipline is something that's, I think, is really, really undervalued. Just don't do it. Remove it from your routine. So, you know, you're gonna go to the store, you're gonna buy a pack of smokes. Don't go to the store. Tesla is sponsoring Texas A&M University's Electric Formula SAE team. Tesla will also supply the team with 10 kilowatt-hour battery cells. Cool. Are you changing direction based on some altitude? It's the autopilot, Pesterman. There's no relative. No, it's just, this is literally like V2 rocket guidance. All right. So it doesn't like my engine shutdown command, and no clients are connected. Oh my gosh, finally someone gets how I quit drinking. People always ask me how I quit. I just tell them I chose not to. Dude, mental discipline is severely undervalued. Want to get rid of a vice? That's the way to do it. It's not... look, here's the thing. I never said that was easy. That's hard to do. To build yourself up like that and build yourself up over time, you know? And to kick the habit. It's really hard to do, especially with something like smoking, where the nicotine, where you're going to get nick fits for like the next couple of months. It's a pain in the butt. It really sucks. But you can get it. You just remove, like, seriously, I think this is very undervalued. Just don't do it. Don't, if you feel the temptation to go to the store, go buy a Slim Jim or something. Or don't go to the store. Do something else with your time. You know? Once again, that way works, but I didn't say it was easy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the trick to not smoking is to tell nobody. Yep, don't tell anybody. Yep. If I have a project planned or something, cooking, that's a really good point. If I have a project planned, the more I tell people about said project, the less likely it is to get done. Straight up. I don't know what that's about, dude, but yeah, it's very strange. Are you an ex-smoker? No, but I've kicked addictive habits before, Tessa. Of course. I'll tell you one that I kicked the other day. Not the other day. One that I kicked relatively recently. What do I do now? Because we develop habits and it feels scary to change them. That's right. He's a Ferrari fan, so I'm addicted to disappointment. But see, I can cope with it and make fun of it, Frill. That's the first step. Wait. Your brain is chemically not able to, it can be impossible. Yeah, but your brain's also capable of doing pretty awesome things, Aqualex. I mean, I wouldn't sell a human's brain too short like that, you know? It's a pretty good piece of equipment. But I do understand that, yeah. All right, let's see if the shoots can take coming back from this altitude. So if you don't tell anybody, you're already winning. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. AJ, that thing about not telling what your plans are, so true. I don't tell anybody anything until I have something to show. Are you controlling this manually? I've been controlling it manually since Apogee. Yep. What habit did you kick? Give me one moment. I just got to see that the drogues can survive coming down from here. Vehicles transonic. Got a good drone deploy. There are limits, though. Yeah, hard to disagree. Discipline can overcome most things. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a limit somewhere, but yeah. I think we undervalue mental discipline, dude. So, Sawyer, the habit that I got over very recently was sleeping in. Sleeping in. Bro, I've had, you ever hear me talk about insomnia before? And how I literally couldn't go to bed before 4 in the morning? Like, I couldn't do it for the longest time. Then, and here's the thing, man, you got to kind of hit a turning point too. There, it's somewhat, external, right? But also, it's me. Like, when I moved, I did not want to sleep in anymore. Didn't want to do it. I wanted to get up in the morning and be a functioning freaking person, right? So, I set an alarm every day, 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. Today was the first day that I didn't do it because I played Timberborn too late last night. I set my alarm 8 every day. And I just keep reiterating in my head, do you want to break the habit?
No throttle up.
Do you want to sleep in? You want to sleep in, feel like a freaking bum? I basically guilt trip myself into doing it for mental discipline, I guess. But no, discipline. You gotta get up. You have to get up. Stop sleeping in. You're not 22. Stop sleeping in. There we go. The nugget came down. All right. And I have not done it in 2 months. Yesterday was the first day. I don't sleep in. Even on Sundays, even on my days off, I wake up at 8. Change your sleeping habit for a Beaver edition, yeah. Periodic 56-month resub. Discipline will get you far, but it's hard to do. That's difficult. You're 22 with at least 10 years experience. Yeah. That's a good way to say that, Tara. Kept staying up 2 or 3 a.m. watching you. I learned to cut it off about 1 a.m. Catch up on the VODs. I get up at 7. Yeah, dude, exactly. You're just gonna push yourself to a breaking point. Like dude, I'm 34. I can't be staying up to 4 in the freaking morning anymore. That's why I moved. I was trying to fix it for the longest time. I tried to move racing to earlier, to try and do it, and I still couldn't do it. At the end of the day, you know what fixes it? Just having the mental discipline to get up at 8 every freaking day. Just get up at 8. Just get up, walk around. Once you get up and walk around, you ain't gonna want to fall asleep. Look at the waves. This little bobber we got going here. Hello. You seem to want to be right about this one, Akalek, so I would assume you're speaking from personal experience, which is fine. It's okay. But look, man, I know there are limits. I get it. You're confused. That's not what I'm saying. Your mental discipline is only going to get you so far. I agree with you on that one. Remember, the original thing that I said was that mental discipline is very undervalued. We seem to think that we want external forces to solve our problems for us. End of the day, you have a lot to do with it, man. You're in control of your life. And now, don't get me wrong, there are extenuating circumstances, absolutely. Remember, the original context of this whole conversation is that mental discipline is heavily undervalued. I'm not saying it's the only end-all, be-all solution. I'm saying that don't sell yourself short. You can do it. You can do stuff. Don't get confused. How fast could she go over the water? I don't know. My boat. Yeah, chicken nugget, man. Flykin, if I think about exciting things to do the next day, I can't go to sleep. What I try to do when once again, here's, like I said, waking up at 8, no matter when you went to bed the previous night. Guess what? No matter what, even if you got 6 hours of sleep, you got 4 hours of sleep, you got 8 hours of sleep, you're going to be tired by the time 12 o'clock, by the time midnight comes around. You're going to be really tired. Because you woke up at 8. My internal batteries last about 16, 17 hours, and then I turn into mush. I'm just like, So, Flykin, you want to kick the habit, dude? you're gonna have Nick fits, and it's gonna suck. It's gonna be difficult, but don't sell yourself short. This is a powerful tool. You don't want to do it anymore? Convince yourself you don't want to do it anymore, and then you won't do it anymore. Once again, it's easier said than done. I understand that. I can only speak to my own personal experiences with this. I'm not a shrink. You know what I mean? I'm a fake rocket scientist. Mental discipline helps you put up with failure too. It's what helps with work ethic. So yeah, very undervalued. But the other thing to have is reasonable expectations. Like when I quit drinking, I just realized, yes, this will suck, but I want this. That's the end. It's at the end of the day, Pops. That's it. You got to convince yourself, man. No one is going to help you quit smoking. No one's going to help you quit drinking. There's support structures there, and that's fine because there are limits. You know, I get it. But at the end of the day, you got to want to do it. And that's what I mean. Like, do you really want to stop smoking? Be honest. Do you really want to stop smoking? Or do you want to see yourself stop smoking? You know what I mean? Do you really want to stop? Yeah, there you go. No excuses, man. You got to take ownership of your own problems. Not every one of your problems can be from an external force, no matter how much we try to think that that's what's going on. At the end of the day, if you want to fix something about yourself, you got to really want it. You got to convince your brain that it's something that you really want. That takes time. It takes time and perseverance. Hey, Trippy, what's going on, buddy? Don't sell yourself short on the rocket scientist part. I bet you know more about the rockets than some rocket company owners. Yeah, maybe. I get it. I gotta deal with it. Also, sorry for the major tangent. Wasn't thinking my question would go this far. Oh, yes, you did. Don't lie. Don't lie. You said it when you asked me. Your answers have been on the money thus far. What did you think was coming? Don't lie. He absolutely knew. The flagging, I mean, you gotta look in the mirror, dude. Do you want to stop smoking? Do you really want to stop smoking? Seriously. Or has everybody told you that smoking is bad for your health and you don't really care, right? You don't really give a frick. It's just, oh yeah, I should probably do that. Because if it's the, oh yeah, I should probably do that, you're not going to quit. That's not going to happen. I need to quit smoking because it's expensive as hell. I mean, you're not wrong there. You gotta really want it, dude. Remember, guys, this thing is malleable. You can learn new things. Always. You can always learn new things. You can change this. You're in control of this piece of equipment. I get it. There are hereditary limits. I know, because Aqualex, you're probably going to say that again. I get it. But remember, you can do this. Control this thing. If you learn to control this thing, you will have a much better grip on reality. All right? Problem is, that's easier said than done. Way easier said than done. You know, like being introspective about yourself does fix that to an extent. You know, you got to take a good look in the mirror. That's what I mean. Do you really want to quit smoking? Or are you just doing it, because it's hurting my wallet? It's kind of it's going to take time to convince yourself of that. You could try to control it, but remember, it is the only thing in this entire existence that named itself. You buy backy and roll your own, it's cheaper. Ounce in the mail, I know. I don't think that's the solution he's looking for, dude. But yeah, no, rolling it yourself, dude. Yeah, absolutely. You know, if I smoke, that's probably what I would do. Roll it myself. I don't need nobody rolling my own smoke. Screw that. All right. That seems like something I would do. I stopped smoking on January 2nd, 10 years ago. Good job, Licklander. Good job, guys. I heard that's pretty awesome stories, dude. Good for you guys. It's hard. That's hard. It's hard to kick habits. But you got to. With me, persistence is key. I just keep telling myself every day, get up at 8. Get up at 8. You will regret it if you won't. Do you want to go back to going to bed at 4 in the morning? No, I don't want to go back to doing that. Screw that. Screw that. I want to be up during the day and be a functioning adult. I have a house now and a Brimo that I have to look after. I can't be going to bed at 4 in the frickin' morning. You roll your own? Nice, Ken. You see what I'm saying? Like, even if it takes guilt tripping yourself into doing it, whatever. You gotta remember, you're in control here. You're the leader of your life, all right? To paraphrase Jocko, right? I learned this stuff from a Navy SEAL that talks about mental discipline and stuff. It's Jocko Willink. He's an ex-Navy SEAL that did all kinds of crazy stuff. Talks about, like how you're in control. You are in control of this. Do not let other people think you are not in control of your life. You are in control. Take the reins. Jocko's the best, Rocket. That's what gives me the discipline to keep doing what I'm doing. I want to learn this. I really want to learn this. I want to learn how to code. I want to make rockets that come up and land by themselves. I want to do that in KSP. I don't give a frick how hard it is. I don't care. I'm persistent. I'll keep doing it. Of course, hired. And if Brimo's happy, I'm happy, dude. Straight up. Yeah, that's Master. That's right. Has that Word doc I sent you been helping? Kiki, I have the documentation up. I haven't checked the Word doc, dude. I'll be honest with you. I apologize. But, dude, so many people came and helped me out with this. Like, I'll check it, dude, for sure. But anyway. Yeah, I mean, is SpaceX going to have a live crowd at Starship launches? Worst, you're not going to be able to get near it. You don't want to be near the rocket when it goes off. But yeah, there are plenty of viewing areas around Boca Chica. And yes, it's going to be packed. To this day, I don't understand how someone does the mistake of getting addicted to smoking. Dude, Tomas, the worst habits, you don't even realize that you're building them. You don't even realize. Because that's how you get into habits. It's just something you keep doing. You don't just instantly get addicted to a drug. You don't just instantly get addicted to alcohol. It's something that builds up over time. That's what I mean. You gotta have the mental discipline to just weed that habit out over time. It's fair, dude, it's hard to do. You don't form habits overnight. Habits take a good while to form. Guess what? It's going to take a good while to stop. And once again, guys, I ain't a shrink. I'm speaking to personal experience here. Like, these are my experiences, and Jocko's obviously too. But what Jocko says works, dude. Like, it works. What are you saying? I want to be directly under the rocket when it launches? I mean, Pops, if I was suffering from a terminal illness, I absolutely would. I'd be like, yeah, put me right there. Put me right there. I'll go out this way. That'd be freaking awesome.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Damn, Forge. Hey, Porter, 87-month resub. I mean, that'd be pretty good way to go out, don't you think? Send me out, Chief. With a bang. Don't ever let her go, Chief.
Listen,
Honk.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
But yeah, guys, remember, you're in control. You are in control of this. Okay? Use it. Use it to your advantage. Your brain's good at building habits. Okay, so just have it build good habits. Like, I don't like, there's no easier way to put it. I'm sure a shrink could probably explain this better than me. Like there's Dr. K, who's a great psychology streamer. Yeah, Dr. K has a lot of self-help about this kind of stuff. Really, really useful. Or Jocko, or whomever. What's this, Geeson? It's very hot in this office. Any ideas? Air conditioners, fans, install windows. I get it. That's pretty good. Owned. Alright, dudes. So, anyway, if I can sum it up, put a little bow on that conversation. You have your limits, but just stop doing it. Just stop. There's no other way. If you can't convince yourself to stop, you're not gonna stop. I got an EJ laugh. Don't get used to it. Anyway, that book is closed. Here, we're gonna take that conversation, the book. We're gonna close the book, put it right down here, and then we're gonna open the other book, the Python book. We're gonna get into the Python book. Yeah, this actually isn't a Python book. It's Modern Engineering for Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines. Because, you know, if you're gonna make a book, you want the title to be in all caps. That's the Bible. I love this book, guys. I love it. I definitely put it on my reading list. It's just a beautiful book that helped me through a lot of trying times. So could you please explain what you did in part one? Part one was kind of just me figuring it out. Drummer, we worked on a new code today, and welcome to my project space. The project space is called Drummer is a Muppet. Now implement what you learned in that specific book. Oh, I will, bruh. Does it have pictures? Oh, it has plenty of pictures. You want to see? I don't know what that's a picture of. Oh, roller bearings. Roller bearings and turbo pump applications. Very nice. Turbo pump. Very nice. Chroma picks. It's so easy to distract DJ. It's almost like it's hard to keep up with like 600 of you guys. Almost. All right, pause that. Let's go back over here. All right, so. Yes, Kane, probably. All right, Forge, that's enough. That's enough with you just posting links of your Twitter feed. All right, so let's go over here. All right, so it looks like the last time we ran this thing, I'm going to go over here. Looks like the last time we ran this, line 60 in module vessel.parts with tag e1.active equals false. Attribute error. List has no attribute active. Okay. So basically what I was trying to have it do here is shut down the engines after basically we wrote a piece of code here, and this piece of code basically takes control, sets the autopilot to head east, going straight up, right? With 75% throttle, starts the engines working, releases the clamps, and then at 10,000, we wrote an expression here. At 10,000, it'll pitch over 260 degrees, and then at 25, it'll pitch over to 45. This is basically a baked trajectory. Baked. And then, it'll pitch over to 45. The engines will shut off, or we'll change the throttle. We change the throttle with another expression down here. Basically, it looks for a vessel attribute. It looks for liquid fuel, and when the liquid fuel hits 50, it'll shut down the engines. And then I'm having some trouble with the deactivation command here. That's not really working how I want. Not using a tick-based gravity turn. I'm actually following the suborbital flight tutorial with some minor altercations because I'm using a different launch vehicle. We made the chicken nugget. With tag returns a list of parts with that tag. So since you have only one part, control scroll, okay. Control scroll usually works. Control and plus. Nope. Yeah, I got you floating. Yeah. You will find that with coding 1,000 ways. You will find with coding there's 1,000 ways to do thing. Do one thing. I say don't worry about doing things correctly and focus on doing things in increment. Otherwise, you can end up in development hell. Get to work. Factor. Yeah. So yeah, SpaceX is engineering, systems engineering. Literally, but it applied to code. But the funny thing is that SpaceX's systems engineering stems from software engineering. You increase font size. Alt shift period. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. That's nice and big. Minimum viable, yeah, indeed. Okay. Alright, so let's save this out. If I'm hitting this tab, it's going up instead of going down. It's going up to my other monitor up there. Eric, can you control with Python coding what objects do or how they react when they get into physics or rendering range? Should be able to. Chief, all this is doing is taking all the in-game attributes and making them basically adding those attributes to Python so you can code them. So yeah, like you could set active vessel and whatnot. You could, yeah. So yes, pretty much. Is that good, guys? I'm running out of screen real estate for you guys. So, all right, let's see if this works. So let's take the chicken nugget. Chief, because it's using all the attributes that were already in KSP to begin with, anything you can do in game, you could do with code, and then some. The reason why is that not all the attributes of the vehicles we can control in KSP. Not all the attributes we can control here. So see how the arrow UI is picking up on things over here? The arrow UI is picking up on dynamic pressure, static pressure, density, ambient pressure, lift to drag. Any one of those I could use in code. Any one of them. Heading, you could use rates. You have your pitch yaw and roll rates here. You could use any of this. Mach number, EAS, terminal velocity. Any one of these you could use in code, and that's just the beginning. Now, this is information that gets displayed in KSP, right? But all this UI window is just a UI window that picks up on all these rates. This was running in the game anyway, right? All right, so, boop. Let's see what it does. Early 2023 is what we've heard. Hi, what is this baby rocket? This is the chicken nugget, Kem. Notice something? ARPC doesn't have terminal velocity. Herbal does. No SAS, don't need it. It has autopilot built into it. Actually, I should go over there. It's KSP. Go to the other side. Now, what should happen is at 10 kilometers, if you watch over there on the pitch should go from, it's 89.4 right now. It should go to 60, or around 60. It should pitch over right now. Yep. Notice something? There weren't any seagulls. Yeah. It doesn't look like you can enable the SAS. It looks like autopilot overrides SAS mode. And now at 25, it's going to pitch over again to 45. But yeah, there's some PID. The autopilot PID is a little wobbly. And now we got down to 50 liquid fuel and it shut the engines off, but we didn't get an engine shutdown. So the program stopped running, but we didn't get it. Yeah, you could tune the PID. Mm-hmm. See, that's what I wanted to do. But it didn't do it. No, it didn't throw any errors, so... But guys, no errors does not necessarily mean that the code is working correctly, right? That's something when I was watching CS50 classes a couple months ago. Yeah, just because it worked. Alright. Did it do what you want? Then it doesn't work. It doesn't matter if it threw an error. So I think active is not the right thing. Maybe it's activate? Do the engine have those tags? Are you getting string context? Autopilot is a function, Chief, in KRPC. It's got to be something that's in KSP. Just means user, yeah, PEBCAC. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. So did you just stop from the fuel line? You can always print the vessel parts and see what it outputs. Tutorial. Get rid of main, get rid of first scripts for those. You didn't call the engine part module. So it's probably 0.engineActive equals false. Okay. So here's what we'll do, Ozen. Let me modify one. Change one. Save that sucker. Yeah, Vizzy. Print it too. I was just gonna make a new script that just printed vessel parts, but Summer down now, Chad. I know this is fun. Summer down for me, okay? I learn at a snail's pace, like Boring Company snail, slow. So bear with me, okay? Like, it's gonna get, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's gonna get frustrating. It's gonna get frustrating for some of you guys. I like, dude, talking, like, me learning something is like freaking trying to teach a brick wall Spanish. All right, it's not gonna work. Like, you walk up to the wall, hola, amigo, ¿cómo estás? And then you realize you're talking to a wall. I'm a piano teacher, I don't get frustrated. That's fair. Okay. Alright, so let's save. Oh yeah! There's this thing. Ah, Syrian, that doesn't bother me, dude. If I had stage fright like this, trying to learn something. I mean, don't get me wrong, sometimes it gets a little frustrating, but it's all about having the right attitude, you know. How you doing, man? My degree was in Java, and that's when I learned I hated coding. Ugh. That's debugging, Elfish. I want to see if that actually works, so we're gonna have to go on another flight. What kind of missions do you plan on doing with this eventually? Not much with this rocket, Corey. This is just a demo vehicle. Okay. We'll call that one a successful flight. When you get in that new attitude, Tessa? When you grow up. Well, this should just print the entire part count, should it not? In my last, I used the ... to avoid typing the whole variable to debug. That's the best thing. To just put whatever variable you want to print out. So you can literally just copy and post one of those lines into the print statement and see what it returns. Let's try this then. Hi. Eh? Oh, it didn't like that Terminator right there. Yeah, 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 yeah. And hourly on, give me one second. I'll give you the regular, so it doesn't pick you up as posting links. Quick way would be to try shutting the engines off right before launching. It saves time. Give me one second, fellas. I want to add something. We get a window in game search as it comes in. I could tell it to do that. Yeah, I didn't like that it was rolling right out of the gates. That was lame. So I changed the roll control to 0, and then 5 seconds off the pad. Can we, Rocket Guy, can we tee into the MET? Or do I just have to tell the program to sleep? You could change the roll by using vessel.autopilot.target roll. Vessel.autopilot target. I think KRPC does have time. Okay. Is Python the only scripting language that is available? No, Maro. There's a bunch of stuff, dude. In the documentation, C#, C++, Java, Lua, Python. You could do anything with KRPC. In fact, I'd really like to meet the guy that made this, because this is actually really, really cool. You can make your own timer. Okay, we could set an MET timer. We should make sure that our timers are synced between the spacecraft and the launch vehicle, though. Somebody tried that once, desyncing those. It didn't end well. Alright, so this is all saved. It auto-saves it, which I'm not used to. Alright, let's just do this. Dudes, when I was doing this, when I was learning Java, man, it did nothing with this. It didn't highlight your errors. The compiler was just write the damn code, and then it returned something in terminal. If you made a mistake, you gotta go find it. It wouldn't underline things like, man, a lot has changed in the last 15 years, EJ? Oh, yeah? Oh, it sucked. It sucked, Richie. Like, it's so cool. This thing will just tell you if something's wrong. this for the mission time. The mission elapsed time in seconds. I would rather make my own timer, fellas. But yeah, I'd rather make my own timer because if we're building with a launch pad, the Met timer is going to be screwed anyway. So I'd rather have it run itself. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's. Boop. Now we're talking. Oh, roll program complete. Roger, roll, Nugget. Mission elapsed time. It's the timer in the top left. Take a look at the PyCharm console. Oh, I know. I mean, yeah, it's gonna tell us. It's gonna output numbers. Yeah, busy. I'm not copying code. Screw that. Even if I'm following the tutorial, I type the code out myself. You don't learn anything by copying and pasting somebody else's code. And if I do that, I'm going to try to figure out what it is. Because, yeah, that's dumb. That just copy pasting it and then sending it, you don't learn anything that way. It's literally like the canards equivalent of coding. That's right, Vesterman. All right, that's looking good. All right, let's see. So if our debug code is working correctly, if we got the syntax right, it should. All the engines will shut off when we have 50 liquid fuel, but one of them will deactivate. Like if you hit that shutdown button right there. Nothing. I think you can do vessel autopilot SAS equals true. Trace back, line 67. Didn't like that last one. Vessel.parts with engine tag E30, engine is false, attribute. Part has no attribute engine. Did you mean engine? Oh. See, back in the day, it never did that. You'd have to figure that one out yourself. Oh, I used engine instead of engine. Yeah, I know. And because it zonked out on 57 or 67, it didn't read line. Nice. Also, could you get it to do the pitch maneuver? Yeah. Yes, you can, Tessa. You can make custom PIDs for SAS control. So I can make my own SAS that doesn't weeble wobble the vehicle around. Hey, Shardies, I'm off to work. Thanks for the TJ. I'll have to watch the VOD later. Yeah, no problem, dude. The nugget flies. Case is so sensitive. Such a crybaby, I know. What are some missions the community has done with this already? What do you mean done with this? With KRPC? People have done all kinds of stuff. Add sound effects. I don't know if Kerbal... I mean, I'm sure you could use the code to play sound, sure. Okay, so... we made our changes to the script here by using lowercase engine. We know that that does nothing, so... engine.activate. Engine.activate. There you go. Let's just set that for all three of these things, and then flip this bad mamma jamma over here. The idea you had about creating a script to only run in print things was a good idea. I need to see the telemetry question, and I'm going to add that to this script when we're done. See your last maybe. What's up, buddy? Timer on an external script won't know when you get a physics simulation slowdown and you get desync. Better to store your launch MET and then add seconds to that MET for events. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, because, yeah, bizload. On high part counts, yeah, that's going to get a little wonky. You're going to get nasty desync. So you either have to check it against itself or just, yeah, pick up on MET time for launch and then go. Actually, Aqualux, you know what? Don't even use MET. pick up on that timer. Pick up on that timer and do that timer plus seconds, right? Like, that's the right move. I agree. Yeah. Exactly, Loopy. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength there. All right, ready? Send it again. Okay, we have liftoff. Roll program. Roger, roll, Nugget. Why do you not decouple after a few seconds? Corey, it's something that real rockets do. They basically let the engines sit on the pad for a moment, let them get up to throttle, and then let them run for like a second, just to make sure that everything is working correctly with the motor. So you don't want to lift off. You don't want to lift off and then have a motor flame out like a couple feet above the pad. That happened once. Yeah. Here, while you guys are looking at this, I can show you. The N1 did have that happen, yeah. This is the Nugget. The Nugget is my own design. What mods are you using for clouds? Atmospheric scatter, astronomer's visual pack, waterfall, and parallax is what I have, I think. Hey! All right! Nice, it worked. Does this work with stock KSP? What do you mean, Busy? What does what work? KRPC? Well, yeah, guys, this is all visual stuff. The only mods that I have installed for KSP, well, I have Kerbal Constructs. That's just so I can get a flat area to build a launch pad if I need one. Kerbal Constructs, KRPC, and then all the visual packs. That's it. The parts in KSP have not changed. I have not added any part mods. There's no part mods here. It's just basically the same exact game, just it looks a little bit nicer, and I can code for it. I just realized that you've launched this thing more than every other crafty design in the last 2 years. And I just realized that you're a jerk! Do you have to buy any DLC? No. All the visual mods, Busy, that I just got is all, yeah, you could just download it. Alright. We just need to... Just... Yeah. Alright, it worked. It shut the motors down. Fantastic. The truth hurts. Yeah, you know what else hurts? My fist. There's an old saying, chat. It was invented by the French in 1784 called "Talk merde, get hit" or something. I don't know. Talk spit, get hit. In before hundreds of launches optimizing launch performance algorithms.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Flykin, well, let's keep going. We got the thing to shut off. We got the engines to shut off. The roll program does work. The SAS PID controller is not liking this much gimbal authority. I can already tell you that that's why the thing kind of weeble wobbles around, because it's stubby. It doesn't need that. These engines generate too much moment, and the the autopilot has to compensate. So if I set the gimbal limit to 50 on all these, no, we're not done. This is number 50. Actually, keep it to 75, just because we're controlling 2 axes of movement there. Actually, yeah, well, you know what? We'll try 75. 75 across the board should do us right. This thing shouldn't weeble wobble around. Limit the gimbal in the code. Main engine cut off. Space Center dot part remove object number 84. Take 80 from 200. It found one part. This has an E and a 1 in it, Pesterton. It removed object number 84. Oh, that says remote, not remove. I'm an idiot. So it's the 84th part in the hierarchy. Well, the script works, so we don't need to do that no more. So R8 is right. That's just the internal name of E1 in the list. Got it. Okay, cool. So I'm assuming that's 84, 85, and 86, but well, how many part counts is this? It's 68. Oh, no, that's just its internal ID. Yeah. ID doesn't necessarily correlate to part count. Interesting. That right there, Pesterton, correct me if I'm wrong, that right there is why hitting undo will break hollow fairings. Because the game assigns an ID number to the part, and that doesn't necessarily correlate to part hierarchy. Do you have dyslexia? No. I'm tired. Played this stupid beaver game like 2 in the morning, then I went to bed at 2 and I couldn't sleep. Got like 2 hours of sleep last night, man. It's not good. But I woke up at 8 and now I'm gonna sleep, and so I don't have to worry about screwing up my sleep schedule. Last for an explanation. Oh, okay, Flag. Yeah, Remo's right. That doesn't help me. Good beaver brain. I know, VR. It's crazy. You got beaver brained. All right, so guys, I'm gonna do away with the part printing. This does work. We just had to call the right parts in the list. Done. Assigning a tag to it, you know, gives it a tag like if you were searching for a YouTube video or something, right? Like, I get it. And actually, where you search, same thing. That's what a search engine does. Am I wrong? Pretty much the same thing, right? It took me about an hour to wind down last night, VR. I ended up watching... What did I watch? I watched Whistling Diesel last night. I wound down to the sultry sounds of Cody buying a freaking chieftain. Yeah. He bought a chieftain. Also, this is the reason why you hold the rocket on the pad for a second and then let it go. Yeah, you want to look right around here. So this is the Atlas Centaur 5 launch. So this is the Atlas Centaur AC-5 in 1962. So, you know, they sequence the ignition. You got, you know, the engines are on, and then they let it go. They didn't hold it on the pad for a second. Umbilical should separate here when they release it. Give it a second. It'll release. I tagged them E1, E2, and E3, Brimo. You can set tags on things. So, yeah, everything looks good here, but they didn't hold the rocket on the pad long enough. Up, up, up. Oh, also, epilepsy warning. Seriously, epilepsy warning. This gets a little bright. Oh, yeah, something's going, something's peeking. Oh, oops. Got a little bit of rod knock there. It's not rod knock. This is fine. This is not fine. You should run. Does that mean it's not coming on then? Yeah. So that's the reason why they hold they hold rockets on the pad for a second. Because if you let it go, so when you go to start up a rocket engine, you're changing a lot of things, a lot of physical properties about that rocket engine very, very quickly. Like turning on a fire hose. You know, if you picture a bunch of firefighters, they turn on a fire hose. You best be holding that hose down, because if somebody doesn't have a good grip on the thing and you put the pressure through it, it's just gonna do a wild, wacky, inflatable arm flailing tube, man. It's not what you want it to do, right? Rocket engines are the same thing. It's just instant turn on. You're changing temperatures, you're changing pressures, you're changing flow rates. You know, there's a bunch of stuff being all changed. You're changing the molecular structure of the rocket engine a little bit. It's gonna drift in real life just a little bit. Always will when you start the engine up. And because you change so many freaking things so ridiculously fast, something breaks. Things break. It happens. You got to figure out why. So they figured out, you know, let the engines go for a second and then send it. It increases mission odds of success. It was at this moment that Atlas knew it screwed up. All right, so let's follow the next part of the tutorial. There was an early Falcon 9 landing attempt. Yeah. Okay. That failure is what you get from closing a pre-valve by accident. It was a remote-controlled pre-valve. They switched to manual control after AC-5. Was that vehicle carrying anything? AC-5? I'm pretty sure it was, yeah. Kind of like that one rocket that drifted off the launch pad before taking off into the sky. Yeah, Astra Flight 6. Yeah, that didn't end well. All right, so the next thing is reaching AP. Okay, there's the... Okay. I made it do additional turns here. All right, so now we wait until the AP reaches 100 kilometer again, using an event. Then reduce the throttle to 0, jettison the launch stage, and turn off the autopilot. Chad, AC-5 was a lunar surveyor precursor mission sending a dummy surveyor to lunar orbit. It sent something to orbit. Mostly their hopes and dreams. Alright, so in this bit of code, vessel.orbit returns an orbital object that contains all the information about the orbit of the object. Okay. So let's see if we can Apsis underscore altitude equals on hit call. All right, so we're gonna call for something here. What is this thing calling for? It's calling for an attribute from vessel.orbit apoapsis altitude. Okay, get call. So get ATTR, get attribute from vessel.orbit. And then the attribute that we're getting is apoapsis underscore altitude. Altitude. Not spelling it apoapsis, right? A-P-O-A-P-S-A-S. A-P-O-A-P-S-A-S. Okay. All right, so we're calling for that, and then it's going to be another expression. The expression that we're calling for is greater than. On dot KRPC constant double. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, it's double. The nugget doesn't go to 100,000, so I'm gonna put that at, I think it was 85. 85 is what I saw, so I'm gonna put it at 80,000. Could you upload the nugget to Kerbal X when you're done? Oh yeah, sure. If you want, yeah, no problem. I saw 85 on the last flight, so now we need to stop the expression there. And then we need event
Discovery, go at throttle up.
on.krpc.add event expression with event.condition event dot wait. Basically what I'm doing is it's looking for when the vehicle gets over 80 kilometers in altitude, and when it does, now they have a stage separator. Ours is SSTO, or ours is a single stage, so we don't have to worry about stage separation. We already set the throttle to cutoff here, so we don't need any of that. We don't need to shut down that, so we don't need to stage vessel.control.active next stage. We don't need to do that. So we just need to disengage the autopilot. So vessel.autopilot disengage. Are there good tutorials for it? I'm doing one right now. Pesternin, how do I enable the SAS? I'm gonna have mine disengage the KRPC's autopilot and have it engage SAS and RCS. Vessel.control. Set underscore SAS equals true. True. Actually, you know what? Screw that. Screw that. I don't want it to disengage. No. I don't want that. I do want it to enable the RCS. We do want that. We do not want it to disengage. Wait a minute. Well, how does that... Vessel.control.sas? Okay, so that would be vesselcontrol.rcs, right? Yeah, it's just SAS RCS. There we go. Okay, so vessel control. And now I don't want it to disengage the autopilot. What I want it to do is we're going to take this. We're going to borrow that right there. And then I want this thing to reorient straight up. We'll reorient it Falcon 9 style. And then time.sleep. And then we'll go back over here. Vessel autopilot disengage. Right? So it's gonna give the command to reorient the vehicle. The script will stop for 10 seconds, and then the autopilot will disengage with the vehicle pointed straight up. What IDE is this? PyCharm is what it's called, Kagaris? I don't know, Eukerman. Not experienced enough in this. Then you can turn on the SAS if you want. Is the autopilot object like the script's control system in the vehicle? Autopilot is a thing that's in KRPC. I'm not sure what the name is, Flecken. You asking me questions is not going to do you very good, dude. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the name for it is. It's one of the modules, I guess. That's not the right name for it. You can use multiple threads with KRPC too, which is neat. Can you turn on SAS and set it to retrograde? Yes. Yeah, I can. We gotta go over here. Well, if we're gonna do this, yeah, that's fine. This will pause it, but we could set this. You know what? Setting it on the SAS and setting it to retrograde is probably good. I have a question for you. On a scale from 1 to 42, how good were we Sunday? They dismantled that team, Zizep. Okay. Yeah, they dismantled that team. I feel bad, because I had a bunch of Lions fans watching the game with me. Oops. Vessel control SAS true, so we need... Is it SAS mode? SAS mode.retrograde. Okay, so it's vessel.control. So this is, it's at the bottom, so let's just go back up here real quick. SAS mode. Current SAS mode, these modes are included buttons on the left and nav bulb. It can be read or written. Game seats flight, equivalent to autopilot.sas. Alright, let's go down here. And then we want to set SAS mode. I mean, Peston, you basically typed it out. SAS mode.retrograde. It doesn't like that. Yeah, is this right? No, it doesn't like that. Would it be equals retrograde? Nope. No, it's that it would change the color of it. You need to initiate SAS mode object. I think it's vessel.control.SAS mode.retrograde. You need equals. No, inside the. We learn how not to do it. Yeah, I got a debug. I'm just gonna put a command debug script here. Let's just take those two and put that right there. Check our Nate's comment. Vessel.control SAS mode equals vessel.control SAS mode retrograde. Why is it con. Space Center? That's confusing. Yeah, Fibbis, I got you. Well, it turned it on, but it didn't like it. Oh, it might not allow retrograde, dude, because we're static. Okay. Well, let's try. What are the other things that we can?
Discovery, go at throttle
Let's
up.
try anti-radial. It's something that we can check. Juicy, 8-month resub. There you go. Because they're grayed out because we're not moving. Hacker man. Can get SAS mode from the connection.space center. Got it. Here, Fibbis, let me, it keeps thinking people putting in code is, putting in code in the chat is links. You should be able to type it out now. Try putting it in. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, sorry. My mind's starting to blank, starting to get tired. It's been 7 hours. Come on now. Okay, so anti-radial is radial in. I actually don't want that. We just want radial. So it worked, right? So if we run this rocket, it should switch. Ready? Yep, it switched it. Now my question is, okay, now I gotta figure this out. Why did it... You can change the retrograde, but only when you fly. So this turns the SAS on, and then this is saying that the control mode, we have to bring up that we're trying to change the control mode, and then we're saying what the control mode is, right? So turn the SAS on, and then we want to change the control mode, and then what we want to change it to, right? See, you're getting the definition of retrograde from the object SAS. Okay. Okay, cool. So this tees up what we're trying to set. We're trying to set the mode. And that's why it's basically the same thing .radio, because yeah, that's it. I'm wondering I'm wondering if you could just set SAS underscore mode dot radial, if you could set it like that, or does it have to have vessel control in there? You have to have it. Alright, well. It does not know what SAS mode was without vessel control. Okay. So it's like a hierarchy. Parent, child, grandchild, great-grandchild, right? Yeah, okay. I got it. It's a hierarchy. Yeah, I understand. That makes sense. The type SAS mode is defined in the control. Yeah, okay, so you can't have this without that, and you can't have that without that. Got it. Look at Tavik's link. Vessel.control.sas underscore mode equals 6 should work too, but like it looks bad. So if we set it to 6, right? So shut off the SAS, right? If we set it to 6 and hit run, it did not like that at all, Tavik. So, could you do... Well, let's see. Will that work? Shut off SAS. Flip this back over here. Hit play. I turned it on. It turned the SAS on, but it didn't set it to radial. SAS mode is not defined. So let's try SAS underscore mode 6. Shut SAS off. Flip this back over here. Nope. Too soon. Yeah, a little too soon. SAS mode isn't a function. Proposing doing SAS stuff, SAS are just word of representative instead of a number is that you can know what it means when you come back to the script at a later date. Yeah, I just wanted to see if that would work, guys. Alright, so let's go back over here. Take what we just debugged, get that, copy it, go back over here, get rid of that, put that in there. So that'll set it to a radial out, or we could set it to retrograde. Actually, yeah. So there's different states that are different numbers, I understand that. Okay, cool. Alright, let's frick around and see if it works. Nice. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Rocket Guy, it's the PID controller on the SAS. You can't tweak PID, right? We can't tweak the SAS PID in the stock game. So, you can't tweak the SAS PID in the stock game. What is it controlling? Not change the PID there, but what if you change D, right? By switching the gimbal. Let's see if it, oh yeah, nice and steady. With the code you can nose it, right? But not in the stock game. That's what I'm talking about. Control.SAS.retrograde 2. Okay. Oh boy. That's Arrow that's doing that. We need to throttle down. Yeah, turn the RCS on. The RCS is keeping us nice and stable. Okay, so the autopilot shut down, but SAS is engaged. So let's see what happens. When we get to 80, this thing should... Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. How are you disabling autopilot? With the disable command? Yeah, AP is at 95. 95, brother. 95. Autonomous vertical landing vehicle when? Question. This will vertically land with parachutes when I code it. Does that help? Pretty much floating, yeah. Alright, we're above 80. Yeah, Aqualex, that's waterfall, dude. So legit, dude. So the autopilot, it ran this and then it just didn't disengage. Yeah, that's right, Snackless. Yeah. Decided I wanted Kerbal to not look like a game that was made over 10 years ago. Check the console. It ran it correctly. It's not... The autopilot isn't picking up on this expression. Pretty damn sure. So... I mean, maybe it'll do something if we get past 80. Let's see. Let's see if it flips it over. No, the script stopped running. We don't have a connection. Can you guys... Oh, chat's toast. I have lost connection to chat. If you guys can see this, can somebody just type hi in Discord general, please? I'm not dropping frames right now. Okay, Hillness Tavik. Yeah, chat died. Okay. Stream is good, chat is poor. Alright, well, we'll wait till it gets back. L Twitch. Chat took a dump, dudes. Okay. Confirm chat dead. Alright, cool. Well, we'll just wait for it to come back, and you guys can just watch me struggle. Now that I don't have your help. That's actually not a bad thing. So... I wonder if we can switch the expression to equal to and go from there. Let's see. Let's revert to VAB. All right, let's see what we got. It entered a safe, stable configuration was the last thing I saw, and then so you can do it right at altitude. Yeah, okay. Oh, chat's back. All right, so let's run it again and let's see. It's going good, Dukas, I think. Send it. Roll program complete. Roger, roll, Nugget. Libis, you're back. Vehicle looks good. Not back to you refreshed. Sorry. Oh, alright. Okay, vehicle's completed first pitch over here. Enco, I can see your test. Right, I can see you, Rocket Guy, I can see you, yeah. I can see what you guys are saying. Second pitch
Discovery,
over.
go at throttle up.
Cirrus, with two subs, 46. Guess who's back? Twitch is back. Twitch chat's back again. Okay. Huh. Alright. Vehicle is tumbling. Let's see if that equal to... Yes, I can see it. Yeah, chat, shut up. Wait, what? Double the resub, double the fun. It's 80% more resub per resub. Look at terminal, is it still running? No, it did not like equal to. The chance that equal will ever happen is almost zero anyhow. Okay, Aqualux, yeah, I got it. So I'm confused. Why? All right, hang on. I have to look at the last time we wrote an expression, and I have to look at the syntax of that. Why would it be double this time? The expression be constant double instead of constant float. As a plus sign is enough for you to go get food. Yeah, 1-3. I'm figuring that out. I don't know anything. I don't know what I'm doing, fellas. So, but let me screw around. You know, like let's figure it out. Double is 64-bit. Float is 32-bit. Oh, good to know. So with this over here, when it was looking for that float, with event condition, event.wait, we printed this right after it. And then we have the helium engine helium purge right after that. Double is just a larger integer. Float is to able to have a decimal point. It is also smaller. Yeah, they do that to more efficiently store information because not every integer needs to be rounded to the 1,000th bajillionth decimal place. Literally float point error. Yeah. We do that to make sure the computer doesn't melt itself. Got it. Be positive that the expression is running. No. Not really. That's not the KSP developer's fault, Aqualux. That's physics. Physics' fault. The computer could round to an infinite decimal place, but the point is that it's never going to be exact. You're never going to get something to the exact measurement to like the 6,000th decimal place, right? So they just cut it off to make sure that the computer doesn't melt. Or else the computer would just be sitting there crunching numbers all day to do the even the most basic of tasks. So it rounds. It rounds off stuff on purpose. That's why float was written. So if you're not, I would add and print a line that just says, like, I'm running in that expression to check. It has to be before 73. Yeah, boy. That's right, Flores and Slacker here. Watch this, ready? Appalachians versus altitude is knocking you right now, I think. Why would it work in the tutorial script Havoc and not work with my run? Honest question. Yeah, Brian, I got a bunch of nice visual enhancements to make the game not look like it's from 2012. I already noticed there's a problem here. The script broke. Where we didn't roll, guys. Well, now we did. change that part of the script. Parkour. Oh, there you go, Phoenix. Run on. I'm running. There's an issue with KRPC reverts messing with the autopilot. Got it. Yeah, revert to VAB. This was the only thing I didn't change that time. But let's see if it runs it. Give it a second. So, you know, once we get up above 80, what I'm telling it to do here is to basically point straight up, wait 10 seconds, and then align SAS to retrograde with the RCS on. Oh, okay, W. Thank you. That print should probably be in with that statement. Nice, Brian. EJ, you have some knowledge in space navigation using stars? Nope. Literally, yeah, no, not at all. Yeah, that grab turn screwed me all up. That's a dud flight. You should, for clarity's sake, have it print roll program. I can do that. Yes. Yeah, reverting to VA, revert flight. Yeah, it broke that. It broke that a lot. Okay. No clients connected. There we go. Wow, that's pretty neat. Roll program complete. Roger, roll, Nugget. Shift zoom for ground camera track. Yeah, right. Change the focal length. It would work to 21 kilometers, Rocket Guy. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, Peston, it seems like you're suggesting. It seems like you're suggesting something that I'm already doing, but you're suggesting a different way to basically do the same thing. Got a new error. Progress. For me, go. Main engine cut off. Turned on the RCS. That's what it's supposed to do. The expression is running. Control is stopped. It did not select retrograde. See last if possible. So when do we program Condor to land? Did you say you wanted SAS to engage when the rocket is at 80 or when the apogee is at 80? Because right now that code is running when apoapsis is above 80 kilometers. Yeah. That. Yeah, no, I just figured that out. I don't want help troubleshooting the code. You're not gonna learn anything that way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, one thing that's how I particularly to try any programming is to beat the heck out of Prince when learning. You want as much info on the console as you get at the start. Yep. So I was gonna print that it's running, so it's not in the statement. Well, I didn't want to do that, Bree, so that's fine. It's looking for the AP. Okay. Yeah, I see what you were saying, Tammy. All right. Well, we got to tell. Well, so this thing, once the AP gets over a certain height, it's going to shut everything down and it's going to separate the capsule. It's not getting to AP. It's looking for AP height. I get it. All right. Cool. I didn't want help with that, dudes. But yeah, if you didn't know that, it's no problem. I'll figure it out. It's all good. So we can still use an expression for that, but we don't want apoapsis altitude, right? Vessel.orbit, SMA, radius, speed, orbital period, time to AP, time to PE, eccentricity, inclination, LAN, argument of perigee, mean anomaly at epic, mean anomaly. Oh, dude, this is cool. You could start getting pretty insane with this. He hates you. Yeah. Relative inclination, time to SOI change, next orbit, time of closest approach, distance at closest approach, listing. You can calculate launch windows targeting a vehicle in orbit. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you can get pretty crazy with that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Vector. Pathalon, 6-month resub. Thank you very much. Awesome. I hope you guys are appreciating this. I'm learning a lot. Yeah, pretty cool. I just got to figure out how to basically the altimeter, right? We don't need apoapsis altitude. We just need true altitude. Oh, hello. You still doing your thing, huh? Okay, you just keep doing your thing, man. Reading the docs is a crazy way to burn a few hours. Indeed. Theo's is last. Yeah, guys, this whole you need to see my last of see this last person. That's not working when I'm in learning mode, dude. That works at any other time. It does not work right now. That's I keeping track of way too many things, dude. Correct. By using target underscore pitch and ending time function, autopilot will always align the target heading. So roll set to 0, but you move towards the 90 heading. It realigns the roll for you. If you wanted to roll separately without changing the launch heading, you use what Pesterman said. Okay, cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello. Basically add a delay between enabling the SAS and setting the mode. Probably just a few milliseconds will do. We tested it and it works with 0 delay. Yeah, what Solaire said. Yeah, we're trying to air fry a chicken nugget. Hello. Oh, look at this little thing. Well, look at all these little things. He's so busy now. No, the SLS core stage isn't a chicken nugget. It's a chicken breast. Duh. That's breaded to perfection. And look, it's got white boosters on the side. It's dude, it's some chicken breast. It's some breaded chicken with mashed potatoes. You're a chicken breast. No. You're a chicken breast. So what's the ICPS in Orion? It's the gravy on top. Gonna cry? Launch your rocket, maybe? Dude, I would have chicken that was air fried from re-entry. That would be sweet. The problem is, how would you make sure you get it at the right temperature? That would be difficult. All right, so let me find this one, dudes. I need to find this. So we're looking. What's celestial body? See anything in here? Okay, no, we don't want anything in here. Light, G-force. Mean altitude. The altitude above sea level in meters measured from the center of mass of the vehicle. So, what happens if I change this to vessel.flight? And then we set that to mean altitude instead. Apoapsis altitude. Mean underscore altitude. The possibility of it being a race condition is why I asked you to check if the function is running first. If the function is running, then you know it's probably a race condition. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Race conditions. So, are we yellow or visual safety car or full safety car or red flag or green flag? What race conditions? Yep. Race condition equals one command is racing another one and they don't finish sequentially like you'd expect. I knew he would ask this. Is it like Suzuka where the race conditions were very inclement? Inclement conditions? Unsafe release? Yep. Alright. Less yellow flag, more. No, Mikey, no, Mikey. This is so not right. Bono, my tires are gone, mate. Tires are gone. Bono, the tires are gone, mate. As soon as I hit send, he says, oh crap, you boy, I have no idea what you're talking about. It'd be like if I tried to explain stage combustion cycle atomization. You'd be like, okay, sweetheart. All right, I don't know. Line 73 needs to be changed too. Apoapsis altitude. Oh yeah, okay. So mean, you're being very mean. Okay. I want to try to see if your boy figured this out. Ready? I feel a bit smarter now. So blue flag really isn't a bad way to say it then. There are correlations all throughout the universe between different concepts. You are a bit smarter now? Am I? Yes, have some. Yes, have some. Send it. Yes, I get it, Bree. Something else is finishing before something else. I understand. You're making two lines of code in the code race against each other. I understand. I just forget the context in which you said that, to be 100% honest. So, are you guys trying to say that so the SAS is Max Verstappen, and the expression that I'm writing is, is Charles Leclerc? So Max is going to finish before Charles? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Are you saying Ferrari's a bad team? Wait a minute. No, I tell you what, seriously, I could get a good look at a butcher by sticking my head up a Formula One car's butt, but I'd rather take the tires off. No, it's got to be your pit crew. Serious, yesterday I was having beers with my neighbor on Columbus Day, right? And here, hang on, let's see if this sucker works. I was having beers with my neighbor, and we were just talking about movies, and he goes, "Hey EJ," I go, "Yeah, what's up?" He goes, "You know a movie called Tommy Boy?" I go, "Yes." I go, "Guy, neighbor, who's your favorite little rascal? Is it Alfalfa, or is it Spanky?" Yeah, no, I'm even better friends with my neighbor now. Yeah. All right, let's see what happens here. Looks like a nuclear bomb missile. It's not a nuclear bomb missile, Steam. It's a chicken nugget. Look at it. Can't be mad at it. It's a chicken nugget. All right, let's see. Def, it's one of my favorite. Oh, holy crap, Def Onslaught. I haven't seen you in forever. It is a great movie. It's my favorite movie. Oh, it hated me. No, it didn't like that. Yeah. I haven't seen you in ages too, man. I was gonna say, man, where have you been? Hopefully everything's good. I think you can use the expression you have above as a template. It didn't like line 73. So mean altitude, get call, get out, or vessel dot flight, mean altitude. It did not like trying to find mean altitude. That was not a winning scenario for me. Why was the altitude mean? Because bacon. Flight is a method of the class vessel, so you need to do vessel.flight. Oh, yeah, I know. It says it right there. Had born in it. Had a wife, moved to the city with good internet. Good man. Like that, fellas? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I just want to watch my rocket fly again. Look at what it said as their class flight in the docks. Yeah, I'm not sure why the difference is there. Class flight. Used to get flight telemetry for a vessel by calling vessel to... I see what you did there, mate. I see what you did there. Yeah. So... Alright, well, let's go back... Yes, sir, because instead of flight ... you can give it a reference frame. Giving it no parameters uses a default reference frame. What the hell is a reference frame? Represents a reference frame per position. It's the position in the order. Oh, yeah. What is KRPC? KRPC is a mod for Kerbal Niroku that allows you to write code for your launch vehicles. So watch this. See this bit of code right here called KSP KRPC tutorial.py. Watch this. Ready? Watch this. You're gonna love my nuts. API for KSP. Yep. Coordinate system essentially. So Rocket Guy, let me see if I understand the concept. Do you understand the concept of the reference frame? If you wanted to use closed loop guidance, you would use a reference frame and build off of the reference frame, correct? At loss of signal. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely have to. The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, the system has now developed a deviation and its variation, which is called error. Yeah, Dev, this is a cool way of learning it. Ready? I agree, it's fun. Boop! Okay. How do you reset focal length? I forget how to do it. Is this thing broken yet? Nope. Extreme close up! What? Excellent, excellent extreme close up. Woo! Yeah, Naroku, watch. It's the tilt key. Yeah, and we're just gonna have to use KRPC to make our own in-game terminal. I don't see why you couldn't do that. Double tap middle mouse. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Ken. Is it broken yet? I think I'm going to move the RCS vessel control up here so it doesn't, so it kind of keeps, it doesn't tumble. What's causing it, the flips? Aerodynamics. We're still in the atmosphere up here, Blinga, and it's a short, stubby vehicle. He's a stubby boy. I'm sorry, Keanu. I'm afraid I can't allow it to do that. Alright, almost approaching 80. Let's see what happens. That would be cool, twitching. Why not both? Did it break? Nope, didn't break. But it did not set as retrograde. So that race condition, the race condition is what screwed us here. So, right, so let's try 0.1. Actually, just set it to 1. No, yeah, 0.1 is fine. Basically, it started completing this before it finished that. We didn't need to put it here when we tested it on the pad, so I'm just going to have it chill here for... It needs to wait a little bit longer before it disengages. Actually, you know what? 10 seconds was fine. That worked. All right, cool. Beaver's got the day off, I see. Yes. Yes. Wanted to change the placement of enabling the RCS. I did, actually, yes. All right. Send it. Whole program complete. Roger, roll, Nugget. Stand by for Miko. Oh, for Pete's sake. I hate it. We gotta lock the gimbal. Call the ambulance. It's having us drunk. Gravy. What is this, Jam? Oh, dude, this is SpaceX's tunes. It's a Test Shot Starfish. It's from the SpaceX webcast, Cybersnile. It's a banger, dude. What a shot. Yeah, Roger Wells, that thing is... Do me a favor and try to sleep after vessel.control.sas. Yeah, I mean, it worked on the ground, but with the debug script, but we'll do it again. See what happens. Oh, it's doing a belly flop. Alright, we can revert that launch. What I'm going to try to do is see if we can figure out how to lock the gimbals. So let me go over here like this. So whether the gimbal engine is locked in place, setting this attribute has no effect if the engine is not gimbaled. Yeah, coyotes, yeah. Oh. I'm just trying to make this go up and then reorient itself for re-entry rockets and then come back and then parachute down. That's all. We're almost done. Like, gimbal _ lock. This is in vessel parts with tag E1. So we would need gimbal dot Gimbal locked into boolean. Well, oh, it's a bool, so like that. Or do we need to do zeros in there? No, you had it right. It was correct. It's an attribute, not a method, so no need. It's locked or not. Yeah, okay. Got it. Alright. So Bree, we had the sleep in between, so let's see what it does. What booster are you trying to automate? It's a booster that I made specifically for screwing around with software. It's called the Nugget. We call it the Chicken Nugget. That's the name that chat gave it. It's just a quick test vehicle. Ready? Chicken nugget, okay? Damn it, no. It looks like a giant 9mm. There's, yep. Grab turn 0. Nice. Grab turn 1. I see trees now. Yeah. Rip my bands. Alright. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have Miko confirmed. Alright. Primo, let's see if she works with this. 77, 78.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Door. Oh, that's cool. Hip, it took 77 months to see EJ play KSP with mods. Is this 100% automatic? It's pretty much automatic here, yeah. Sounds like I know what you're talking about. No, you don't. So, engine. Engine. Why can't I type this word? Is it engine.gimbal? Would it be that? Well, we were great success. Yeah, okay. It's yeah, that's what we got to do. So we'll just save that and then cool. That's doing what I want. I'm gonna change this number to 90 or 90 kilometers. Set that to 270. All right, now let's finish the rest of the tutorial. Alright, returning safely to Kerbin. Our Kerbals are now heading on a suborbital trajectory and on a collision course with the surface. All that remains to do is wait until they fall to 1 kilometer altitude above the surface and then deploy the parachutes. If you like, you can use time acceleration to skip ahead. Okay. Alright, SRF underscore altitude equals con.get underscore call vessel dot flight surface. Oh, surface altitude. Surface. Hang on. Why do I have 2 of these suckers? Get rid of that. Yeah, CW, I'm trying to do cool stuff. There we go. Yeah, it auto-populated that and I got confused. So what is this going to look for? It's looking for a less than 1,000 surface altitude, deploy the chute, activate next stage. No, we don't want that. That's not what we want. We don't want to do this way. We don't want to do that way. Because we have drogue shoots. What I want this thing to do is activate the drogues. When the drogues fully inflate, right? Then activate the main chutes. Does that make sense? We need to cut the drogues that activate the main chutes too. That's really important. Yeah, exactly, Rocky. Yeah. So, we don't want surface altitude. That's not... Arm the chute. We could use surface speed, but yeah. I believe there's no deployed road. It's just next stage. There it is, right there. You can stage when under a certain speed, then again under a slower speed. The drones have an auto cut feature, no code needed. Auto cut feature? What are you talking about? An auto cut feature? Are you sure? Hey Novus, what's going on? I'm not seeing an attribute over here, dude. Current state. Deploy altitude, deploy mid pressure. Alright, so let's think about this. Now this is where our descent really just changes from this thing. I could make it pick up on surface altitude. That's fine. We could deploy at surface altitude. That would be the easy thing to do. You know, next stage and then go from there, right? I want to do that. What do you want to do exactly? I'm trying to think. What would be the right way to do this, Fibbs? Well, we'd have to wait until we slow down. The thing has to basically be going less than... It has to come out of transonic, and then you deploy the chutes. You don't deploy the chutes when you're going transonic unless you have a chute that's specifically designed for that, right? So, well, there you go. How about we pick up on Mach number? Can we do that? Okay. All right, so Bedrock altitude, elevation, latitude, longitude, velocity, speed, center mass, rotation, direction, pitch, heading, prograde, retrograde, normal. Mach. So we would do this. We can write an expression just like this, and we are in vessel flight. All right. So now what we're gonna do is type out another expression. EXPR equals on.arpc.expression dot less than, right? On.arpc expression dot call Mach, comma, on dot KRPC expression constant double. Will we use constant double or constant float here? Remember, the parachutes deploy when safe automatically. I understand that. Look at the return type. It's a float. Ah, bingo. Thank you. What does the documentation say it returns? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We want 0.8. No, that's not how you do that. Actually, yes, that is 0.8. So that would be out of transonic. That's 0.8. Below 0.8 is subsonic. So that's what we want. Then we need to do event on dot ARPC. Nice typo. At event, we're adding an event. That's the expression, so we can just do the same thing again with event dot condition. So I'm basically telling it to wait until program basically stops until we're going subsonic. Okay. Just so we don't create a race condition, I'll tell it to wait a second. And now, let's go over here. You're functional. Ow. Ow. Thanks, Fibs. That would suck. Alright. Typos for days, man. I see it. Anything else here? Now I'm gonna double check. I think this should work. So we want to wait until we're going 0.8, and then we can then we need to look for a vessel.parts. And we can do something like this. No, I mean, we could just do activate next stage, Fibs. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I'd prefer to do a shoot arm. So if we're going to do a shoot arm, we would want vessel.parts. Armor's only for the real shoots mod. Only applicable to real shoots. Okay. So we can just use deploy. Deploy is fine. Okay. Okay, spreading. Copy this and go down here. Drogies 1 and Drogies 2, and then we don't want engine.gimbal.lock. It's not going to look for that. We need deploy, right? Deploys the parachute. This has no effect if the parachute's already been deployed, so... No, it would be part. Zero is the part. Your class there says part.parachute. So we'd need parachute deploy, right? Because we already called the part here with this with tag thing. Is it a... You can only assign values to attributes, not methods. Deploy is a method. Okay. No. No, we needed that so it finds the first parts, because with tag pulls a list, right? It'll pull any parts with Drogies 2 in it. So that's not gonna work. We need remove equals true. Yeah, okay. So should I set parachute deploy to 1 or just no, just hit deploy. You don't need the true. Got it. Hey, Novoraptor, just call it, no arguments, okay? Call equals the blah, blah, blah. Yep, okay. If you do something like exp underscore call equals concare receive call at the top, you do not have to write the whole thing every time. It makes it a lot easier to read. We're not at optimization yet, Kinder. You're probably right. Not at optimization. Just trying to get it to work. That was my knee hitting the table. Yeah, I got you, Solar. All right. But you're absolutely right, Kinder. I mean, I'm pretty sure that. I mean, it sounds right to me. All right, so what are we gonna pick up on for the main shoots? For the main shoots, we could probably use surface altitude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, NASA Man, tier 1 73-month resub. Who are these people? What's up, man? How you doing? There's two. Drogies 1 and Drogies 2, dude. Niroku, really? Good. Long time no see. Man, how you doing? I'm coding very, 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 very primitive guidance systems for a little rocket that we made in Kerbal called the Nugget. Chicken McNugget. But you're selecting the same chute with 0. I'm not sure. Wouldn't the Drogies 1 tag return? That would be the first thing to return in the list, right? Yeah, because it's using a different tag. Am I wrong? It's adorable. It's the Nugget. And the Nugget flies up and then it comes back down. I'm just trying to figure out how to get the parachutes to work. Stick close to the tutorial for now. Kinder, I understand exactly what you're saying. So I don't have to type everything out every time. You just put the expression thing up there and then just have it call the expression. Like, I get it. I understand. Just let me do my thing, man. Let me do my thing. That's all. Just keep doing your thing there. At what point did you come to understand that Mr. Drummer is a Muppet? It was an idea that I honed in on for years, decades. First of each tag, got it. Yeah, Fibs. No, that's all good, man. It's all good. We're learning together, man. All right, so now does Python do dynamic dispatching? I'm not sure. I done learned got good. When Virgin Orbit goes up in Cornwall, will you have a Muppet cam to catch takeoff? Oh, you fucking Muppet cam. Yep. Logan says yes, Rocket Guy. I don't know what you asked. You might as well have said, hey, does Python do... Yeah! Yes. What the frick is Rocket Guy saying? I don't know, just keep streaming. We getting paid, though. Yeah! 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 It's Alba Bibba. How goes KRPC? Fun, man. I'm having a good time. You're doing great. Oh, thanks. Bit of an explanation on deploy. The reason it's a method in this case is because you can't really set it to false. Once you set it to true, you can't undeploy a chute. Previously, you could both activate and deactivate an engine, so they used an attribute. Got it. You're doing great. Thanks, Pete. Will this be labeled as a class? And remember that class. It's just between recess and lunch. Frankly, I found it rather elementary. Alright. So, I think for the last one we'll do a surface altitude, like this thing. Aim. So SRF underscore altitude. Alright. Anyway, Announcement, it's good to see you, dude. Sorry, I'm kind of like deep in this right now. What is connection? What is con? It's connection. You're doing great, sweet chat. Thanks, Pete. Wait, I'm not you guys. Never mind. You are relative fast. I've had people at work that learned a lot slower, even though they should have learned related things at university. Thanks, Kinder. Not important, no worries. For the knowledge grams, dynamic dispatching is essentially being able to make a different class each with the same name of a function and calling it that function by name, but the code automatically knows which version of the method to call. That it's all good kind of figured by. If you look at the latest NSF Starbase video on the S24 lip, your boy did the editing on it. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool, dude. It's lower level stuff for sure. That is text. Yes. Text. Rocket Guy, like, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know what any of the words mean. Dynamic dispatching is essentially being able to make a different class each with the same name of a function, and then calling that function by name, but the code automatically knows which version of the method to call. I got it. Yeah, I understand. You name things the same, but the computer knows in the use case which one to use. I get it. It's dynamic. It'll pick whatever's better, correct? Yeah. Whatever is more applicable to whatever it's doing. Think you guys smell burnt toast? All right, let's finish this. For what it's worth, that's also what I got out of that paragraph, so you're doing great. We need less. Rocket Guy, what do parachutes pick up on in real life? Do parachutes have a barometer? Or are they using relative altimeter? What are they doing? What do they do in real life? Like let's take I don't know the Apollo capsule or something. Like how do they had to have been using a barometer, right? Essentially pressure, they're using a barometer. Well, let's do this right. Let's do it right then. We're looking for flight here. Mean altitude, surface altitude, bedrock elevation, latitude, longitude, velocity, speed, horizontal speed, mass rotation, direction, pitch, heading, roll, prograde, retrograde, normalize. Ah, here we go. Static pressure. Static pressure. Okay. Do you know about inheritance? Not really, S? It depends. What inheritance are we talking about here? Okay, so let's not use surface altitude. We will use static pressure. This is still in vessel flight, so we're gonna use static underscore pressure for this expression. We're going to need to use greater than instead of less than because we're using pressure. Pressure goes up as you get closer to the surface, right? And it's reading static pressure in pascals. Okay. In object-oriented programming. No, I have no idea. I have no idea what that means. If only we had that science part. Start using Python, suddenly everybody's a program. Ah, Logan, they're just excited, man. They're just excited, dude. Don't pay it no mind. Everybody's here to learn, and some people are here to teach. It's just, I'm not the one teaching today. Some people in chat are, you know what I'm saying? Is this current testing in mission mode? Oh, no, Nasman, I haven't built a pad or anything for the Nugget. It's just, I'm just screwing around with basic Python. I haven't coded anything since 2004. What were you doing in, 2005 technically. What were you doing in 2005? Yeah, I was in high school, and it was Java, so that's useless. F7 is probably learning to ride a bike. Java? Alright, so we're going to need to use greater than, and then we got to open. Nope. There we go. Con. Dot. Static pressure, comma, static pressure is also a float, so we need a constant, not double, we're using constant float. So, oh crap, what's the static pressure fall off on at KSP correlative to altitude? Please. Okay. Yeah, is what you're describing, does that pertain to what we're doing here in any way, shape, or form? Or are you just rattling off concepts that you're familiar with? It's an honest question, because if it has nothing to do with what I'm doing right now, I don't really give a crap, dude. Just figure I wouldn't waste, anybody's time. We can also use deceleration like Genesis missions as the trigger, okay? Well, I'll try barometer first, just because. I suppose 0.8, like, well, it's in kilopascals. Pressure is in, that's pressure in atmospheres. Frick. That'll work right there. I hope this hasn't changed, or else this thing's gonna hit the ground. It kind of like parachutes inherit the properties from the parts class, like mass and cost. Okay. I don't know where you're going with this, dude. I don't know what that is, so it doesn't. I don't know what to do. All right. Cool. Neat. So, pressure in atmospheres at 1,000. is going to be 0.8 atmosphere. So 0.8 atmosphere would be, if it's 101 kilopascals at sea level, right? So that's 1 bar. Yeah, it'd be 0.8, right? We'd want 0.8 again. Look at Kerbin's KSP wiki page. I did, Jim. Back, what I miss? Nothing. Yeah, I know, Nuffly. That's what I'm trying to do in my head. So if 1 bar is equal to 101 kilopascals, right? If we were going 80% of 1 atmosphere would be 80. It would be, well, it wouldn't be 0.81. It would be, so it's 101 kilopascals. So that's 101,000 pascals. So we would need 80,000 Pascal, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. Event equals con.krpc.add event. We're adding an event as the expression using with event condition. Right. Event dot wait. Basically, this is saying wait until the static pressure gets above 80,000 pascals or 80 kilopascals or 0.8 bar. Gonna have it chill for just a second. Why do I keep doing that? Thank you. So now I need to go pick this. Drogue cut. Drogies 1. Parachute. It's not deploy. It's parachute state cut. Parachute.state.cut. Parachute states read. It said it's read only, isn't it? State of a parachute, you just stow the parachute safely tucked away. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Arm, deploy, deploy. Set it to an HE. Could always tell it to do that. Deploys the parachute. This has no effect if the parachute has already been deployed. Whether the parachute has been deployed. Armed, state, deploy altitude, deployment pressure. Huh. I don't know, so there's no cut. As a workaround, you can let it click things. Oh, has action. Okay. Yeah, that's certainly a way around it. Did retrograde work hold yet? Because I think I know how it works. I got it to work, Trehek, yeah. Are you covering the undocking tomorrow morning? What time is it at? Yeah, I mean, yes, but I just need to, I don't know what time it is. Damn it, S, I lost my train of thought. What time's the undocking tomorrow? Is that 10 a.m.? Okay. Yeah, I'll be here for that. What was I doing? Cut. Okay. 10:05 a.m. All right, I'll see you guys at 9. Wait, when does NASA coverage begin? Alright. Yeah. I'll see you guys at 9:30. 9:30 tomorrow. And then we'll just do this, and then 5:43 will cover the splashdown. And we'll go to the media teleconference and we'll play more Kerbal after that. More. Alright. Cool. I'll see you guys. Yeah, tomorrow at 9:30. So, has action. If the part has an action with the given name, it's a string. All right. So has underscore action cut. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. Trigger underscore event cut. Has to be in quotes. Are you sure? Oh, you wanted to search for literal cut. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, okay. So now take these. Let's just time.sleep point. Seriously, just take these, paste this here. Good. Tag, so we need main 1, main 2, parachute deploy. Just kind of formatting this a little bit. Okay, main 1 and main 2 are what I have the nuggets scoots tagged as. Tags are super useful. I really like that. That's a feature that I'm already a fan of. All right, so now the last thing we need to do from the tutorial, right? The well vessel dot flight. So this last thing is gonna basically tell me when it's back on the ground. And we're gonna use a reference frame here. When the vertical speed is less than -0.1. Mañana squall. And this time you're providing a parameter to the flight method. Yep. We need print altitude equals %.1 function. Oh, is that a function right there? It's a formatting command. So .1F like that is okay. Do you need meters? I'm really confused. Yeah, I don't think we need that. Surface underscore altitude. Close that. And then time dot sleep 1. And then print. I don't think I did that right. Remove the apostrophe next to altitude. Yeah, okay, I see it. There you go. I'm just wondering why that percentage sign is outside of the quotes there. Okay, Phil. The convenient way to format strings. Seven is module operated. Modulo. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see what it does. There is something else that I wanted to change. I don't like that the sleep was for 5 seconds. Command engine start. Stop. Let's just change that to 4. That'll be fine. It's telling the code to replace percentage .1f with the variable behind the percentage. The percentage .1 function or .1 float means to display the variable with 1 decimal place. Got it. Yeah, okay, I get it. And up here, this while command basically says if the vertical speed goes less than negative point, the point when basically when our vertical speed goes to 0 for the most part, it's rounding, right? It'll print. It'll print tangle delta. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Seconds, Facha. Yeah, it's in seconds, dude. All right, guys. We have liftoff. Nugget 1. program. Roll program complete. Hey, yo, check that out. Yeah, let's launch over it, man. I want someone to take me to the hospital. You sure about that? JRPC lets you code, use Python to code guidance systems into vehicles. And notice that it's not doing. Stand by for Miko. We have main engine cutoff. Reaction control stabilization. Vehicles now begun a coast phase. Body and roll rates look good. I miss Space News. What did you think about the short mission for Artemis 1? We didn't really do Space News today, Gujar. I kind of just went on break and just played more Kerbal. Keep an eye on the output window. Okay. Yeah, Hoosier, that's right. If they need to go on a short mission, they need to go on a short mission. It would suck if they did, but it is what it is. We'll see, Tabak, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle
Rogue
up.
deploy went too early. It's because our Mach number is below 0.8 right now. Yeah, our Mach number is below 0.8 right now, so it disabled SAS and armed the drogue. Watch, this should be armed here. Yeah, see? Whoops! Cut it down from 25 to 25 days from around 43. Short duration missions were always in the scope of things, Gujar, so. Yeah. Alright, well. Okay, so if we have and, we're gonna need 2. Now we need 2 arguments in there, so... And needs the underscore, okay. So do I need to do... It needs 2 arguments. I'm thinking Lincoln. Well, what were we using before? We were using less than, right? So where's less than? Let's take a look at that. Not. The suit is black pose not. Greater than argument 0, argument 1. Less than itself returns an expression. What? Oh, the rubber duck method, Orion. So, and is looking for... And is looking for... I wanted to look for mock At 0.8, you're looking for the Mach number 0.8. We know that that works. And then surface altitude. So it has to be both of these. Why Python, chat? Because I wanted to learn Python. Okay, Bree, I need the answer. I know that this isn't gonna work. That's not right. You deleted the last part. Can you Discord me? No. No, oh, we need to add another less than. So would we do... do conditions in their own variables, then use and on those two variables. Stop. Stop it. Don't say anything. I will get it. Stop. Shh. Quiet. I had it for a second and then I screwed up. Yeah. how we have to put these two together. We have to use the expression. So we need to use EXPR1 and EXPR2 in an expression command. And then... Rage, what's that? Here, hang on 1 second. There you go. Don't say it, fellas. I want to figure it out. Don't say it. Don't say it. Just don't do it. We mean so now we need to call. Can we call an expression? Hold on. No calling, that's just for numbers. Look at what less than returns and what and parameters are. Oh. Just said I want help on this one, but it's okay.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Just write an and statement. And guys, I don't think you all understand what I mean when I say I don't want help. I want to try to get it myself. And now we just need to switch that to EXPR3. Fine when it's thank you guys, but I really doesn't help me if you guys give me all the answers, dudes. You know? It's all good though. Nah, it's alright. You were nearly there. I would have gotten that one. Give me another 5 minutes, but you guys got a little impatient. And that's okay. That's fine. It's okay. All right. clear that out. Got a good lift off. Okay, we got a good roll program. Grab turn one. Oh yeah, she's going. It's suborbital, KJ, but it's doing it automatically. I'll just sit back over here and chill. Go. Miko confirmed. Why are we learning Python? Because I wanted to kill it? Like, I thought this would be fun for Chad. It's cool to watch the vehicles fly by themselves. That's really neat. That's a great reason? Yeah, no, people keep asking me that today. Wow, why? Python? I want to learn Python. Like, let me put it to you like this. If we had KOS, and I see people saying in the chat, oh, I would use KOS. This is what I use KOS after. I use KOS. Yeah, great. Yeah, you know, like if I'm gonna learn this, you might as well learn a code you might as well learn Python, because the Python has applications other places. It could have applications other places. That's kind of like, KOS is a useless language if you're outside of KSP. Python is not. You know what I'm saying?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Nightmare, 37 months. Thank you. That is not what I want that to be. I mean, bumping the resume would be pretty good, Noroku. But yeah, no, it's all good, man. It's a fun way of learning. I enjoy it, dudes. Yeah. I'm just like, into this. I need to see if it works. It didn't really do what I kind of wanted there. You get that global out of here. Alright, well, let's see what she does. Let's see if it does the shoots. Yeah, kids. I mean, what better way to learn code than purpose? You know what I'm saying? Like it's a really good opportunity. And I'm like, I don't want to learn KOS and then, oh great, you know Kerbal operating system. That's great. Alright, we're just gonna watch this thing come down. Nugget is coming down. Can you automate entire flights with KOS? You could do it with KOS or KRPC. Yeah, lazy. I definitely said when we started doing this to not do what they're doing in chat. But that was yesterday, so might as well be alone. Man, she really wants to come around. No, baby, let's hope this works. We're below 10,000. Vehicle is out of transonic and moved to subsonic. Oh crap. Drogue should deploy. Nope. Nope. Hang on 1 second, fellas. This might be loud. This might be loud. Kerbal likes to blow out the sound, so headphone users, headphone users, headphone users. Oh yeah, Driz? Okay, it didn't blow out the sound. .111 is where it took a dump. I suppose it says, did you mean mean altitude? I mean, well, I guess I did. None of us have played mean altitude. Okay, let's try it again. Oh yeah, KJ, you want to see that? All right, let's see what we got here. I think switching it to mean altitude should work. It just didn't like surface altitude. That's not the worst thing to happen. But why? Why wouldn't it like surface altitude? Did we use surface altitude at all? No, I ended up using mean altitude for pretty much everything. Surface altitude was what the tutorial wanted me to do. Surface altitude is something that exists. SRF altitude is something you made up. Okay. Or the tutorial did. Alright. Let's try it again. I'm just gonna change some parameters up. Okay, let's do this. Ignition. Separation. Décollage. Roll program. Roll program is complete. I got you, Tom. Alright. Stand by for ground turn 0. Ground turn 0. Looking good. Ground turn 1. Décollage, complete. Okay. .22.5, grab turn 2. Now. Brakes look good. Stand by for Miko. We have Miko confirmed. Chris, what's that, dude? Yeah. Are you gonna program in a throttle up after max Q? We could, Bam. Yeah, sure. Oh, it's an XKCD. Mods, can we get link firms for Driz? Okay, it should arm the SAS and find Fuck here. Okay, here we go. The retrograde turn is cool. Yeah, I just wish it pitched over. The flips, like I wish it pitched over instead of like doing this. Wish I could keep the roll at 0 with SAS locked. I know we could just change the autopilot. That works. In fact, I'm pretty sure we can make the autopilot lock. Engage, disengrave, weight error, pitch error. Yeah. Reference frame, target pitch. This is what Pesternin was telling me about. Yeah. Oh, he took a dump. Yeah, she took a dump. Didn't like it. We initiated a manual flight override. Okay. Line 113. Yeah, patented went dead. Oh. Hey, Dave. Who says I didn't give? That expression needs to be double, first of all. That was a float, and it's not a float. If we're using mean altitude, it has to be double. I think that's why this thing croaked. The amount of integers stored, Jazzos, is the difference between float and double. Float rounds decimals. All right, let's go up here. Let's go up here a little ways. So an easy fix then, align the types. I already did it, fellas. I already changed it. Yeah, I already changed this mean altitude to double. That should fix it. What I'm trying to do, I'm done with that already. We're gone with that. I don't want it to roll when it automatically targets retrograde. I want it to just pitch over. So the autopilot target might be better for what I'm looking for. Here, let's. We're in the autopilot. Yeah, PID gains. Very nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, sister, give the sub to J Gibbs. Target pitch and roll should be 0 and 0. It's 0 pitch because it's between minus 90 and plus 90, so that means it's plus 90, minus 90, right? 180 degrees because. And we set the roll. Well, roll is correlative to heading number. It's correlative to your azimuth, so it would be 90. Sometimes the description in life can be garbage if you're missing a bracket or something. Yeah, I got you. Well, actually, if that was the case, if that's correlated to heading, we would want it at 270. $45 270, I think. I'm back. Sorry, what are we doing? I'm having some trouble with this this thing down here, but I think I fixed it. So don't say anything. If you see anything, just be quiet. Shh. I'll be quiet. All right, let's try to fly it again. All right. Stand by for command engine start. Command engine start. Separation. We got a lift off. Lift off. Nugget 1. Nugget 1 is executing the roll program. Help, I'm struggling with KRPC. Yeah, me too! What do you want from me? I'm learning this right now. What do you get me? You're asking me for help, man. I can't help you on this one. I can't help you. I don't know it. I'm learning it myself. Welcome to software development. Work on something for a couple of days and now you're the team expert. Oh, it's like that. It's like, dude, that reminds me of like working on group projects back in high school, where the one person just kind of is annoyed with everybody else by not getting any work done, and they actually put in like a little modicum of like extra effort, and now you're the team leader now. It's like, and then you end up doing all the work. See how I know about that. Dude, I'm having fun pestering it. Yep. Powerball's getting up there again. Sweet. Okay, we should get the handover here. So just put these back up here. It doesn't matter. We can set the ID on RCS here. Okay. I executed that roll there.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Kakin. Good time to check back in? You could say that. Okay, we're still dialed in, which means it's found retrograde lock, which means that this didn't break anything. So, let's just see if the rest of this works, shall we? The script's still working. See it up there? Did you adjust the Mach numbers at all? I adjusted really. Okay, one of the flight conditions is met. We're below 10,000. Well, Rogues. Yes! But no! But also, yes! Alright. Excellent. 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 Yeah, it broke because it couldn't find the... Alright, we made it. That was a big step, but okay, so... Trigger event cut. Attribute. Part object has no attribute trigger event. Okay. Alright, so we have to go down here. And we need to set that to like 0.9. And then the static pressure needs to be at 90,000. That should make everything work. Parts.module.trigger event. Yeah, it may not have had trigger event because it didn't exist. Yeah, there's also that. What about checking the altitude instead of checking the static pressure? Well, real shoots work off a barometer pestrin, so that's what we wanted to do. Wanted to do that. Where's your retro rocket burn for plasma displacement? How's the back seating? It's actually not too bad. People are excited about it, and that makes me happy. The supersonic retro propulsion? Coming soon. I started with the tutorial for how for like launching something on a suborbital trajectory, and then I've been modifying components of it. Right now we're on the last parts, just trying to get the chutes to cut correctly. I'm pretty sure this had no attribute trigger event because it hit the water. Yeah, because I didn't get the deploy right. So what I did was I changed this. I changed our Mach number. We're deploying the drogues based off a Mach number because I wanted to try to see if I could figure it out. It did work. Just deployed them way too late. We have double expressions here, basically using two less thans and an and to make sure that the vehicle is both going below 0.9 Mach and below 10,000 meters because on one of the flights it deployed the drogue chutes up there because there was no Mach number because we were in space. So that was a fun mission. Yeah, we were using mean altitude up here. I could use mean altitude instead of static pressure, but I like using static pressure. If we set that to like 93 or something, let's set it to 95,000 pascals, which is 95 kPa, which is almost 1 bar. It means we're almost close to the ground. These drogues need to deploy in the transonic regime, which I don't know how well that would work in real life, but what if you deploy based on altitude only? Why is Mach important? Literally answered that question right before you asked it. Yeah, because you don't really deploy chutes in transonic. That's not really a good idea. Where'd you go to cover the basics? Basics of what, Tullendar? This is my second time doing this. You want to check out the day one VOD? One of my editors, Drummer, we'll have it updated on the YouTube channel, guys. If you want to see my whole kind of thing here, Drummer's cutting all this stuff to make a playlist to show like what we're learning and whatnot. Just general Python, been watching videos and this has been great. Dude, I'm just using the Python documentation. Teledar, just here. Just actually open this in new tab. Here. There you go. Just use this. That's what I'm using. That's for the API for KSP, but I mean whatever. You get it. Yeah, Naroku, right? Yeah. Well, no, he's just, yeah, Naroku, yeah, I got you. Got that bookmark, gonna start messing with tomorrow, probably. Got it. Alright, let's do another test flight. I don't know, that's what I'm using. And then I have chat as a resource, too. Probably. You fix that parts trigger event part? No. I think it didn't like it, Biz, because it hit the water. Just a thought, though. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Command engine start. Separation. Got a good separation. And liftoff. Now get one. Can't cut chutes if there are no chutes to cut. Well, that's what I have to check. I'm not sure if that's what's going on. I'm not sure if our cut command sucks or we hit the water. I don't know. Gotta have to test it again. First pitch over. The error message is very sure. I X'd out of it. Oh. Yeah, waterfall and astronomer's visual and scatterer and parallax are, yeah, it makes the game look so good. Wow, that's crazy numbers. KSP mods is a moderator command. There's Miko. So could this be used to launch, put into orbit, and then set course to another planet? I mean, yeah, of course you could. Yeah, you could, anything that you could do in KSP and more, actually, because yeah, there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of attributes that you could, there's a lot of back-end stuff. See any of those variables over there? I can use any of those variables in the code to achieve certain results. You could do more than what you could do in the regular game, and you could do it automatically.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, KRPC will make a maneuver node, that's right. Imagine automating Grissom launches. Yeah. Yeah, Buck. Can you land it on a barge? Maybe. Maybe. That would be really hard for me, considering I can't even get this right. So. What is Grissom? It's one of my ships. I'd like to see a completely automated shuttle ascent. Yeah. You know if KSP2 will have programming like this? I have no idea, dude. I have not heard a peep from the developers there. Really. I don't know what to tell you. Possible to pinpoint line with KRPC. It's possible. Is it possible for EJ? Not yet. Yeah. Switching. The thing is that that's a real-time command. It's a real-time thing. If you want to try to land on a target, you're not going to just say, oh, pitch at this time, yaw at this time, throttle the engines up at this second, right? That's not going to work. That's not precise enough to get a precision landing. You're going to have to use a reference point, right? And you need a reference point and a reference frame in current position, okay? If I'm understanding that correctly, that's how Falcon 9 does it. It uses literally where it was, it uses where it is, and it uses where it's going to figure out the right way to land. I think. I'm clearly not good at this, so don't listen to me. Like missiles. Both missiles. Guys, missiles, airplanes, rockets, they all use inertial guidance. Alright, here we go. Nugget is transonic. Got a good drogue deploy. Stand by for the mains. Didn't deploy. It didn't like the cut command. But I deployed it just in time. Alright, little nugget. I thought Falcon 9 uses a radar system and the paint on the drone ships are special radar reflectance. How do you think it knows where the drone ship is, Bandit? That's only one piece of the puzzle. It uses where it was, where it currently is based off of where it was, and then bouncing off the drone ship figures out where it's going. That's 3 points of reference right there. That's how it figures out where to land. Well, not figures out, that's how it knows where to land. Let me put it that way. That makes sense, dude? Because what is the radar doing but bouncing a signal back and forth, right, Bandit? That's what radar is. You're just bouncing a radio wave off the drone ship. That's how it knows where to find it. It knows it has a reference point. Using reference frame and reference point, and then where you currently are based off of your reference frame, you should be able to land. Unless I'm not thinking about that correctly. But also, yeah, it didn't like the cut command. I had to trigger the shoots manually, Solar, but yeah. Line 139.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay. So first of all, I'm going to switch that back to 90,000. The shoots would have deployed way late. I was watching the telemetry. We want to talk to a module inside of that part. Try what Tabik said a few moments ago. I don't see it. It's not, it wasn't a tag, was it? Type it again, Tabik. You think you have enough helpers lurking for working? Brock. You could try cheating again. Vessel.parts with tag drogies 1 0. Oh no. We need... I'm pretty sure you have to do it yourself, but you have enough given information as to make it work. So what is this doing, Tavik? Does this open, is that the part action window? So this looks for the vessel parts with the tag drogies. And that selects the drogue chute. Does that open the part action window? So it's gonna open up, basically this is gonna open up the part action window and find the thing that says cut parachute, right? And trigger that event. It's an internal list. No, I got you. So this isn't like actually executing a cut parachute command in the code, but it's literally clicking on the part action window. It's the computer will literally press the button. Modules is a round robin searching for part modules and finding their hooks. Okay, cool. Well, let's just hope they named it cut parachute and not like cut chute or something. Let's see what the attribute is called. We'll see, Pester. That was me. Poor Nugget. I still am not, this still isn't working right. Vessel autopilot target pitch and heading is not working how I want it. Yeah, I think we'll go with this, Loopy. I don't feel like digging through it. I'm getting kind of tired. I'm getting a little lazy, but that would be the right thing to do. Nah, Pestin, I want to figure it out, dude. I want to figure it out. Please, let me do it. Let me struggle. Trust me. Let me struggle. Hey Frank, how are you? I could, Crafty, yeah. I'm trying to fix another thing. The rocket, basically what I wanted to do is once it gets up above like 70, I want it to kind of, and then move over, and then once it gets near retrograde, I want it to retrograde lock. I don't want it to just kind of sit there and go, ha 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 ha. Oh, there's retrograde, and then kind of come in upside down, you know what I'm saying? KSP API. It's cut parachute. So you think we should put that in there? Think we should put it like that, Loopy? Is that what you're saying? I think because this is a trigger event, we're calling for whatever it's called in the part action window. We're not calling for the function, I don't think. Who knows? This is cutting the drogues when main shoot deploy. That's what we're doing, yeah. Let's go back up here. It says pitch here. Heading, pitch and heading. 45-270. I need it 45 degrees pitched up, heading 270. So the thing should just turn around.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
And we don't need to set that to 90. It can be set to like 80, even 75, not 750,000. Get upset about trigger event. No, after you do a trigger event. Hey Coral, 8-month resub, thank you. Yeah, Loopy, you're trying to do a different thing than what this says. I think you might be right, but that's not what we're doing here, and I don't want to sit here saying like, oh, we could do it this way. No, we could do it this way. No, we could do it this way. There's many ways to do it, right? There's plenty of different ways to get into orbit in KSP, you know? This is just the way that we figured out. So, you know, I'm gonna roll with this. We'll see if it works. What I'm trying to do is get the vehicle to go to 270, heading 270, and go from there. And then what I want to do here is, we don't need a time sleep there. What I want to do is go in here and do another mean expression. We need to get rid of that. That's not what that does anymore. That's going to get the vehicle at 75 to change pitch to 45, heading 270, target roll 0. And this is the... Oh, no. Autopilot disengage. SAS handle. Ask please, guy. EJ, you had some coding education before. You're learning from zero.
En la escuela, ¿cuál?
I forget how to say I took the class. Las ciencias de computadora. Yo hablo Java, pero 15 años, amigo. It's totally broken Spanish. But yeah, no, I took a Java class like 15 years ago, dude. So it was Java. So I'm sorry. My brain is speaking Python right now, so even though I knew what to say in Spanish, it didn't work very well. It didn't work. You know I can speak Spanish better than that. I was doing okay. I was doing all right for a second. You know I can speak better Spanish than that. No hablo Java. Como esta expression creator underscore that. That's pretty funny, dude. I love how this programming language screwed my brain up. That's pretty funny. That's the rules. 30-month resub. My sub length is approaching your age. Scary. You're 30 months old?
Precisa ajuda.
Por favor. All right, passing. I'll see you, man. Please. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right, let's see if this works. I added another expression in here for the SAS handover and then for vehicle reorientation. Let's see if the cut shoots work and we'll go from there. I wish at this point I was 30 months old. Yeah, it'd be a lot simpler. Does KRPC have a way to display Python's console output? We'd have to code it, weather guy. I could do it. Yeah, you can make windows like this and have it say stuff. Yeah, you can make a log box. That's for another day. All right. I'll be right back. Just gonna let it do its thing. I'll be right back. We'll just let it do its thing. Ah. Chair can fly. Did Chair do a good job? $75. Float object is not callable. Yeah. Oh, it's a float though. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Looking for 0, I guess. That means you can assign a new value to it, like target roll equals 0 instead of calling it like a function target. Yeah, I still got to figure out all that stuff. Like, well, I know derpity derp in the documentation. Yeah. I see it. Yeah. Okay, cool. If Primo anger is greater than nominal, then end stream. Is Primo mad? Wait. That's are you just saying that? Or how do we shut down the engines? Loopy, I can show you. So I use the tags. And then the engine commands. And I also lock the gimbal out because the gimbals are doing this. I'm like, no! So I called that engine helium purge. Mint! Alright. And somebody was saying, why is it staying on the pad for so long? That's because I told it to stay on the pad for so long. Here, we'll set that to 2 seconds. There you go. Can I see the code for the drogue cutting? Yes. There you go. Oh, that was the wrong thing to change. It's time to sleep instead of just a simple wait. I mean, I guess, Jackal, but what you're saying in my mind is literally saying, like, I hate the word the because L is better because it's less letters. Yeah, it's less letters, but L is Spanish, not English. It just feels weird.
Go and throttle up.
Okay. These rockets look a little sus. No, it's the chicken nugget, man. This doesn't work with chill Minecraft music, man. Yeah, Loopy, that's why we have them coded that way, dude. Yeah, it's a little strange, right? Queen, one mission? Isn't it one vision? I had a dream when I was young, a dream of sweet illusion. Hellbent for space fly. Look what they've done to my memes. Ah! All right, here we go. Should be. Huh. That's not right. What's it doing now? Yeah, Jackal, eventually. So vehicle reorientation. Oh, I set them both to 75. Ah. I'm starting to make dumb mistakes. Well, in my heart it shows. Look what they've done to my dreams. Give me your hand, give me your heart. There's only one direction. That's a really hard thing to sing because it's like an entire octave note change from Freddie. Freddie. If you want it to point west at 45 for longer, you need to call it to wait if the ship is above a lower altitude. The dreams that will never be. That's a good song, man. Because he's nuts. It's fair. Hey, 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 hey! Having a fall! No, Matt, I got a couple of graphics modifiers here. Graphics mods. Ayo! 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 Dado! Dado! Ayo! Skmots. Skmots? How do RCS thrusters fire so quickly in real life? Electronic solenoids. Electronically controlled solenoids. Dado. 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 All right. Hey, 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 hey. Having a fall. That's a great song, man. And that performance of Hammered Fall was very nice. What was that documentary about Pathfinder? I want to find it on YouTube. It's on NASA's JPL channel. So literally NASA JPL, and just go into the documentaries in there. There's tons of them like that, dude. Judas Priest space songs, breaking the sound barrier, stainless steel. No. I'm electric. Electric eye. I'm electric. Electric spy. Okay.
Discovery,
Up
go and
here in
throttle up.
space. I'm looking down on you. My circuit's clean. Look at everything you do. What's a solenoid? A solenoid is just it's just something that clicks on and off when it receives an electrical signal. It's a valve that opens and closes. So like, oh, for a fuel injector on a car is an electronically actuated solenoid. Just hey, Mank, 67-month resub. KSP RCS go. Did it break? Nope. Retrograde lock still good. Holy sweet mother of pearl. Yeah? I don't know what I'm looking at, but it looks cool. We got a good drogue. Come on. Script is still active. Do it. Yeah! All right! Yes! Man, that felt good. All right. Give me your hand. Give me your heart. There's only one direction. One voice in one nation. Yeah, one God, one vision. All right, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, sorry, that's a great song, Adventum. I was jamming to that song the other day, dude. Last pulls. Oh, okay. It worked. An idea for another day. Put color lights on the side of the craft that can light up based on statuses in your code. Yeah, we could do that. Nah, yes, they don't do that in real life. Please, no noise gate. Close. All right, she made it. Script shut down. Script disconnected. Why? Stop it. You should check this out on guitar. It's gorgeous. Oh, nice. Our chicken nugget has not been burnt. You're an overlap, S. We can't really simulate the chutes unfurling how they do in real life. Unless we had a dynamically simulated chute. So, yeah, no, I'll just keep the delay. You can use your imagination to pretend that the drones are pulling the mains out. Here, we'll even make your imagination even better. Ready? Nah, I'm busy, Jackal. I'm busy making sure S-Master doesn't get his, in a bunch. That's heist, man. Guy can play, dude. That's awesome. Dang, now you want some blues? Sorry. Turn off SAS RCS on main deploy. Yeah, you know what? We should shut the RCS off. during shoot deploy. There we go. I mean, cut the show down the droids like a half second after the mains deploy. I'm happy with the way that this is, dude. Did you see this vid? What's up? Yeah. Oh, that's a freaking ridiculous thing, dude. Can you believe that? Jackal, what was your last, buddy? I don't see it. It got buried in Hacker Man's, dude. Just type it again, man. Okay, so that everything worked here except for the reorientation. The reorientation didn't work, but I was fixing the code as we went. So you know what? I'm gonna do we're just gonna send this thing again here, if you don't mind. He just said made you look. Pesterman, you want me to like give you moderators so you can just ban Jackal? Do you want to, would you like for me to do that for you? I'll do that as a favor for all your help today. You know, I can make that happen. I know people. All right. I fixed everything. Let's see. Ready? Command engine start. Engine's up and burning. You know I got 51. I know myself. Know thyself. 95. Know thy. Show the console as well. Oh, okay. Wow. Portal. Now we can't see the rocket.
Lying to each other, Jackal. That's not very cash money of you, my friend.
You know what? We need more heist blues.
That guitar sounds really freaking good.
We have Miko. Barge out. Screw the console. We don't need to see that. Alright, Pestina, let's see if we can get this working. We should get a reorient at 75 kilometers. It's a Novo Ceres P2. car sounds like Stevie Ray, man. Oh, there it goes. That's awesome. Yeah. I told it to find heading 270. I hate that I have to reorient this stupid thing. Yeah, it didn't have an... It's going there slowly. I'm not sure why, Pesternit, why it does that, but it's okay. A link to that jam? Loopy, can you link that up again? Ah, screw it. You know what? I already got it. SLS update. We're targeting next launch attempt for the Artemis 1 mission on the moon for November 14th. Teams are on track to roll the SLS rocket to the launch pad as early as November 4th. Good. We need more blues. Fine tuning. Yeah. Thanks for all your help, dude. Obrigado para la ayuda. Ciao, Pesternit. Vai com Deus. Obrigado pela ajuda. Thanks for the help. Obrigado pela ajuda. Nice. Oh yeah, look, it's the console's printing the altitude. Tango Delta. Touchdown confirmed. How far are we out? Good ways out. Can you throw that script onto other vehicles? Sure, why not? They might get a little confused when I try to tell 3 engines to shut off, but yeah. Where are we? Yeah, we're way out in the middle of nowhere. Why is this doing this? Yeah, full stack. They unstacked it though. Arecibo is being shuttered. National Science Foundation decides to close the Arecibo Observatory by September 2023. Is it doing it on purpose? I don't know. At least with the waves, though, it looks a lot. There's a lot more of a reason why it's bouncing. You know what I mean? Instead of just flat water. Dude. Time to play around with hovering and auto landings. We can do that tomorrow. Guys, I gotta get up. I gotta get up for the Crew 4 undocking tomorrow. So I'm gonna call that a day. We finished it. Not bad. It still's not doing the reorientation exactly how I want. But it's okay. No, Starship is fully stacked at this moment. I thought they unstacked it. Yeah, it auto-saved it. They restacked it, so they unstacked and restacked it? Cool. Alright, dudes. The Nugget. So, alright, fellas. We can get this thing going on a suborbital trajectory, but that's not why I designed the Nugget the way that I did. The Nugget is designed to do...
Codenamed DCXA, this McDonnell Douglas rocket is opening the door to routine and affordable space travel. The DCXA can lift off vertically under its own power. It has no separate stages or throwaway boosters.
I'll figure it out.
It is a giant flying fuel tank. It burns 90% of its takeoff weight in its first 3 minutes of flight. In tests, the DCXA has flown to over 10,000 feet. It can maneuver and fly in almost any direction with amazing versatility. To complete its journey, the DCXA performs its most remarkable maneuver. It lands in its original takeoff position.
McDonnell Douglas, no, tail. McDonald's Nugget. Dude, indeed. What in the absolute crap? Want to know something crazy? Those are RL-10s. Those are RL-10A5s. Yeah. This is Hydrolox. Because, you know, let's just make this really complicated, shall we? Can you believe that? Canceled because someone forgot to connect the hydraulics. What a stupid reason to cancel a vehicle. What a stupid reason. It's almost like they'd cancel a vehicle just because they had some teething problems with the fuel tanks. T-Man, hold on. This was me trying to make a joke about canceling the X-33. T-Man, didn't McDonald's and Boeing merge like 70 years ago? McDonald's and Boeing. I haven't gotten around to read it, Jumlin. I've been streaming pretty much since then. Autocorrect. See, man, I was trying to give you an out. That's why I paused. McDonald Douglas and Boeing merged in 1997. That wasn't 70 years ago, but it was a long time ago. All right, dudes. I'm out. I had a fun time today. We could do a lot of cool things with coding these. So, yeah. That's how you get space nuggets. And Boeing's been going downhill ever since. Yes. You gotta say that joke next time Dish is around. I do have to say that joke the next time Dish is around. Oh dear. We should have merged with McDonald's instead. Nah, man, if they had merged with McDonald's, you would have gone and launched the rocket and you'd been like, "Hi, I'd like one high Earth orbit insertion, please, with a translunar injection." Yeah, okay, let me read that back to you. Yeah, you want a low orbit insertion with transvenusian injection? Yep, gotcha. 395. Come around the front. No, that's not what I wanted. McDonald's and Wendy's merged to create Raytheon. Sorry, the Leo machine is broken. Oh my god. For $3.95, you'd take it? Yeah, that's billion, by the way. Still take it? All right, cool. Is this a precursor to Wei and Yutani? Yes. All right, guys. I got to get up early, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. We'll watch Crew 4 undocking, Crew 4 splashdown, and then I think, yeah, Crew 4 undocking, then KSP, then Crew 4 splashdown, and then more KSP. Okay? Cool. Sweet. 395 billion? No. Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I like this plan. Me too. No beavers? Oh, good morning, EJ. How are you? Yeah, here, let me tell you.